Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I wasn't sure if you were speaking. I saw your mask moving, so I wanted to make sure I could hear you.
Nope, just getting ready to gavel us in, so we'll go ahead and start. Council, I will call this meeting to order for the record. It is Tuesday, January 19th at 4:30 p.m. We will begin this afternoon's work session with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Cavanagh.
Here.
Councilwoman Perot.
Here.
Councilwoman Strader.
Here.
Councilman Hoagland.
Here.
Councilman Burnt.
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next item is our consent agenda. Or I'm sorry, next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we adopt the agenda as published.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as published. Is there any discussion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh?
not a necessarily discussion on the motion, but just FYI for you or for staff. We still have on our screen the letting the public know that the set meeting is going to start at 4:30. It's not our traditional camera mode, and just wanted to let people know so that we were all good to go.
Okay, I think they are correcting that now. Thank you very much. Is there any further discussion on the agenda? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is adopted. Next item is the consent agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve the consent agenda for the mayor to sign and for the clerk to attest.
Mr. Mayor, I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the consent agenda. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the consent agenda is agreed to. There are no items moved from the consent agenda, so we will move on to department commission reports. First up is item 10, Meridian Library District. Regarding the transfer of historic collection of records, I will turn this over to Ms. Casarati if she can be unmuted. There she is.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Well, thank you very much for having us. We actually have a team of people sitting in on the meeting. We have been working together and discussing local history for a few years now, it feels like. I went back to my notes. It looks like we started meeting in January of 2019. And we, being the library, the History Center, the city, and the Preservation Commission as a part of the city. All of us have a shared interest in preserving, collecting, and making available important elements of the city's history. And it's common for libraries to have a local history collection or a local history archive. And it's something that we do care about as well. So we've been working with the History Center over the years to try to find ways to help the collection get digitized. We've looked for opportunities for us to partner to provide access to more volunteers and finding ways that we could be working more as community partners in this space. Bill, should I be sharing my screen with that slideshow, or is that something that is being shared on your end?
I would say Chris has it here, I think.
No, I was going to say, Mr. Mayor, sorry. Gretchen, you can share your screen.
You
And
prefer
I'll
that?
control.
Okay, give me 1 second to make sure I know how to do that. And if I share my whole screen, do I lose my notes? I guess we'll find out. The answer is yes. So I may need to call on some friends as we work our way through this. Let's see where I left off. We've been working and talking together for
Gretchen?
quite some time now. And
Gretchen?
I've introduced sort of who those partners are, who that we is. And really what we're at the point in our process to come to the city and to all of the governing bodies of the invested parties to seek a more formal arrangement to move forward on a path toward moving the collection from the History Center in terms of the ownership, the Historical Society, to the library, where the library then can digitize and make the catalog of resources more available electronically and through the library's natural channels for cataloging and databases. So we had worked through almost a year of just kind of discussing a path and the shared goals, and really all the parties have come to an agreement that we, as I mentioned, we all care about the local history. We all want to make it more available, and we see a path forward for being able to do that. With some of those items, the collection is a mixture of print materials, photographs, newspapers, microfilm, as well as objects like the the school bell that the West Ada School District will be taking back to install at the remodeled Victory Middle School. So there are also artifacts that are in that collection. And one of the things that we have proposed, if the collection is to be moved to the library, would be to essentially create an advisory committee that can codify the partnership so the invested agencies can have representation in this advisory capacity to the library's local history collection. As I mentioned, we have our own interest in that just because we're personally interested in local history, but also in the profession of libraries. And then worth mentioning in this project, in this timeline and in this transition is that the library's centennial is in 2024. The library was started in Meridian by the Occident Club in 1924. And as a part of our main library renovation, we intend to create a space for a local history room that, again, like Twin Falls has and Boise Public Library has, where we can showcase some of those items. But we can't do it on our own. We are still pretty small organization. We believe that partnerships are the best way to approach projects like this. And so you'll find in the agreement our requests to continue to partner with the city, the Preservation Commission, the City Hall itself, to help us with some of the storage issues, particularly over the next few years before our remodel, which was one of the plant levy projects, is completed. We don't have any room. So we would love to continue to work with the city to use the storage that's already in place. While we would go through, really it will take a good amount of time digitizing and the whole process of making a physical collection a searchable digital collection. We would always continue to uphold the traditions of working with the schools, working with those community partner agencies to ensure that those bedrock programs would be able to be continued as a collection could become digitized, still having that more accessible. The public library is open 7 days a week in normal times, 60 to 64 hours a week. And so the library can be a place where the public would have greater access in a physical environment as well as digital accessible at any time. In terms of a timeline, we would like the first step to be solidifying the agreements and getting all the parties on the same footing. We need that as a starting place for us to be able to start to write grants, for us to seek funding. We know that there's a lot of grant money out there that could really help with this process, but we would need to have the ownership of the collection in order to be able to write those grants. And then as I mentioned, the process of digitizing does take some time. So we expect that would be a good year's worth of work. We hope that we could have opportunities to use volunteers in the community, schools, and have that be a community project as well. And then right now, if everything goes as planned, the main library's renovation is scheduled to happen, at least planning in 2023, 2024, that 100-year anniversary for the library. So there's been a lot of work that has gone into the last few years to bring us to this point. And I would pause there and ask Bill if I've covered all the sort of main highlights for introducing the subject. And then we have our team available here to answer any questions that folks may have.
Thank you, Gretchen. Mr. Neri, do you have anything that you'd like to add?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. So as Gretchen said, this has been a long-term project with the city. We've had the History Center here since the building opened in 2008. And long discussion has been is where could the collection evolve so that it can be retained, so it can be seen by the public, more visible, more accessible. The vision that we've discussed is, again, is contained in the next item on your agenda, is the agreement with the city and the library district. So what's anticipated is the Historical Society will turn over the ownership of the collection to the library district. They will own all of it. We'll continue to store it in the basement storage room that we already have. The library district has offered to purchase some storage shelving units that can be installed in the basement that'll help with the process of both collection, organizing, and digitizing it for the future. We still have the front center that's been closed, obviously, because of the pandemic. But when the building's open, we have had it open to volunteers to be able to show people things in there. There may be future items that, as Gretchen mentioned, there's a number of large items. There's also a lot of records, microfilms, pictures, cards, varieties of things that can be digitized, but things that can't be digitized, like the scale from the original creamery and the horse from the saddle shop down the street. So those are the things that the library will decide if they have the means to use that item for a future, or whether or not they're going to basically return that back to the city. And the thought was that the city would either look at some areas that maybe could be used for display purposes, for historical things, whether in this building or the community center or somewhere else, or things that with our Historic Preservation Commission, we could look at, is there somewhere else that we could gift that to some other place that would make sense and would have some value to them, whether it's the loom that's in the center now, there's a gramophone in there. There's certain things that have very much historical significance to many people. And so this was just the first step in kind of moving to the next phase for the Historical Society. Lila Hill, as all of you know, the historian for the city, and her other volunteers in the Historical Society have done a tremendous job at collecting the history of this area and Meridian and all those artifacts and Letterman sweaters from Meridian High from the 30s and 40s. And I mean, there's tremendous amount of things that are not common around the state. And so we want to honor that past by really having this relationship with the library. So you have on your agenda just an agreement that allows this to continue with the city providing the storage for the time being, and the library can move the things as needed. As Gretchen mentioned, the school district actually has scheduled to move the Victory School Bell by the end of the month. So they'll be planning to come and get that. It's very large. It's been in the basement for a couple of years, and now the school district is ready to actually display it at the Victory Middle School.
Thank you, Mr. Neri. We also have two members of our HPC here. I don't know if either one of them would like to have anything that they'd like to add to this conversation at this time or not. Mr. Johnson's going to make a few comments if you'd like to. I guess it's not a public hearing, so you don't need to say your name.
I don't know if I have to take my mask off or not.
No, you're good.
I'm Blaine Johnston. I'm president of Meridian Historic Preservation Commission, and I've been in with the discussions with the library district along with Mr. Neri, and we're just happy to see the collection of Meridian history stay in Meridian. That's our goal. It's our history, and that's where we would like it to stay. And with it being at the library, gives it, like I said, more opportunity for the public to see it. They're going to be open more than the History Center is right now. So we're just pleased with the progress so far. And that's my only comments. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burt.
before we go on to the next item or take action on this or whatever, I just wanted to say thank you to Lila Hill, our resident historian that's been involved with the history of Meridian for decades. Lila is always, up until COVID, has always been a fixture in City Hall, roaming the halls. She took myself and others on a tour of what we have in the basement in storage, and the vast amount of information and stuff and just history of Meridian is just overwhelming. It's fantastic. And she's done such a wonderful job with it. So I think that we owe her as a council and as a city deep gratitude, and a big thank you to Lila and her team who have supported her along the way. And also a big shout out to the Historical Preservation Commission for all that you do as well. So thank you so much.
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
I just want to add my comments for the record along the lines of Council President Burnt, but Lila has been the driving force for this, and it's just to the benefit of our community, preserving our history, knowing how we grew, what we were, what we are, and what we will be. I think this sets the foundation for that to continue to grow. I'm pleased to see it in the hands of the library. I think the commission, Blaine, you and your folks did a great job of putting this together. And I think there are good things that will happen with not only the items, but how we look at our community. And it's always great when we preserve our history, we can learn from it. And I just thank Lila and in particular and everyone else who's been involved with this. So thank you very much for doing what you did and what you're going to continue to do. And Gretchen, for your group and taking this on and having the vision to grow it. And there's going to be great things happen with it. So thank you.
Mr.
Councilman
Mayor.
Cavanagh.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I try really hard when one of my colleagues makes a good point just to let it sit. But there are exceptions to the rule, and I think Lila Hill is one of those exceptions. Gretchen, thanks for the presentation. I know you touched on this, but this is not something that just kind of came out of thin air. This is something you and your team have been working on for a long time, and I so appreciate your work. And Blaine touched on this, that this move will allow for more of our citizens to be able to experience our community's history. For council's benefit, when I saw that this was coming on our agenda, I called Lila and I said, listen, I got to make sure you're on board with this and you're supportive. And it was really warmed my heart to hear her enthusiastic support and knowing this is moving our history in the right direction. And again, Lila, I know you've heard it from all of our council, but I think it just speaks so much to the value you bring, not just City Hall, but our community and just me personally. I've always been able to consider you a great friend and a confidant and someone who always sets me straight when I get something wrong. And so I hope that even with this shift, that you still find ways to keep involved in the community and let us know when maybe we didn't hit the mark on something. And I appreciate you being in our meeting today.
Yes, Lila, I see you're unmuted. Do you have any comments you'd like to make? Not hearing or hearing any comments at this point in time. Council, any further discussion on this presentation? Okay, thank you very much. Gretchen, I appreciate your work along and you're bringing everyone to the table and your interest in making sure history is preserved and available for future generations through the library. Oh, Lila, we see you now. I don't know if you'd like to make any comments.
Oh, golly. I just felt so strongly that it needed to be in Meridian, that this is, I think, the ideal solution.
Well, thank you very much. We agree. Okay, with that, council, we will move on to item 11, which is the memorandum of understanding.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Schrader.
happy to make a motion if we need to approve it. I move that we approve the MOU between Meridian Library District and the City of Meridian for the purpose of transferring the ownership of certain records.
Second that motion.
Second the motion, Mr.
I
Mayor.
have a motion and several seconds. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We appreciate it and taking this next step forward and preserving our history. Next item on the agenda is item 12 under community development. a budget amendment in the amount of $489,679. I'll turn this over to Crystal.
Hi, thank you. I was just wanting to bring this to you all today. It's the amount that we already discussed during the action plan that I presented earlier this summer that was approved. This is just to accept the funding. There's one small difference in what was previously presented, though. HUD came back and there was a mistake with their allocation, and so they reduced our overall budget by $74. So it was such a small amount, we just took it out of admin. But that's the only change to what was approved in the action plan.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Perot.
Thank you, Crystal. I don't have any questions, but I was reading through HUD's letter and their request for what they wanted the city to do to make modifications to the plan, and it seemed very extensive. Did it end up being complicated to do that?
Well, the biggest complication was that they had the wrong address on there. And so we had to send the grant agreement back. But as far as the changes that we had to make, it wasn't too difficult.
Okay. I just was surprised reading through that going, they seriously want you to do this for $74? Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I know. It looked pretty bad.
Yeah.
Any other questions or comments for council? Or a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve the net zero budget amendment in the amount of $489,679 to accept the fiscal year 2021 plan year 2020 community development block grant.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Cavanagh,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the amendment is agreed to. Thank you, Crystal. Nice seeing you. It's been a while. Next up is item 13, which is Public Works for a budget amendment, and net zero budget amendment amount of $100,000. Turn this over to Tyson.
Mr. Mayor and members of council, my name is Tyson Glock and I'm a staff engineer with Public Works, and today I'm going to be requesting a budget amendment on behalf of Public Works. Is it this mic? Is it this one? Okay. Is that better?
Yep.
You guys are probably familiar with the project at hand. It's one where CenturyLink's contractor accidentally hit our 10-mile sewer line. And this was a couple years ago, but we just recently discovered it. And so in that time, we've been working with CenturyLink and have come to an agreement with them and have a solution to move forward. And part of that solution is they are giving us an advance deposit of $100,000 to help us repair this, or to pay to repair this. As of right now, we do have a contractor selected and we're working on getting them under contract. So this request is pretty much for approval of a budget amendment to spend that $100,000 that they've given us. And at the end of the project, we will square everything up with CenturyLink. So this means if there's any funds left over, we give them back. On the other hand, if we go over this $100,000, they have agreed to cover whatever this additional expenses are. So short and sweet, but I'll open it up for questions.
Thank you, Tyson. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
no question, ready for a motion. I move that we approve a fiscal year 2021 net zero budget amendment for Public Works in the amount of $100,000 to repair the 10-mile bore strike.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
second that motion.
We have a motion and a second, and for the record, Councilman Borton did join us at 4:52. So I know he was here, he heard the presentation. Is there any questions on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Perot,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries. Amendment is agreed to. Thank you, Tyson. Have a good night.
Much.
Next item on the agenda is item 14 is a budget amendment from our finance department, net zero budget amendment amount of $274,463. I will turn this over to Brad for comments.
Hi, thank you, Mayor, Council. This is a simple budget amendment. We're expecting to receive the $274,000 as part of our budget. This amount is for our urban renewal, should go to MDC. So we're simply sinking, requesting authority to pass that on to them. Something we expected is simple pass through. So that I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Brad. Council, any questions for our finance department on this item? If not, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve fiscal year 2021 net zero budget amendment in the amount of $274,463 for the state governor's public safety grant initiative.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve the budget amendment. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Perot?
Aye.
Strader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Burnt?
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the amendment is agreed to. We'll stay right with our finance department to do another fiscal year 2020 net zero budget amendment, an amount of $4,416,031, and turn this back over to Brad.
Thank you again, Mayor, Council. This budget amendment is also simple. It's related to our grants. We received, or basically seeking your approval for the $4.4 million in funding. This allows us to take our remaining grant money from FY20 and bring it into FY21. With that, I'll stand for any questions.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
I move that we approve fiscal year 2021 net zero budget amendment in the amount of $4,416,031 for grant carry forward.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to approve item 15. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton?
Aye.
Cavanagh?
Aye.
Perot?
Aye.
Strader?
Aye.
Hoagland?
Aye.
Burnt?
Aye.
All ayes, motion carries, and the amendment is agreed to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. Next, we'll move on to item 16, which is our finance department regarding the comprehensive financial plan. And I will turn this over to our CFO, Mr. Lavoy.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Council. Let's see if I can get the screen share to work for you guys. All right, well, again, thank you for allowing us to present to you guys tonight on the comprehensive financial plan for the fiscal years 22 to 31. I have provided the team here about 5 emails over the last 2 weeks on CFP. My goal was to give you small pieces of information about the comprehensive financial plan instead of trying to get all of it done in one. So again, a lot of the information I provided you over the last 2 weeks in those emails is going to be repetitive, what's being discussed today. But I did want to provide that information to you guys before this presentation, as this is the first time the city has actually completed the comprehensive financial plan from start to finish. This is the first time that we will be presenting to you the results as we have via the email and the supporting documents in the past. So again, just wanted to kind of reiterate that the 5 emails that we sent out were there to help you get a little bit better understanding of what the comprehensive financial plan is. There was a document that I sent, a Word document, that was the implementation plan. and we'll be changing the title of that going forward. But that just kind of reiterates the, I guess, the youth of this program. It's still relatively young here at the City of Meridian, as this is the very first time we've completed the full process. Again, with that, got to thank all the mayor. I got to thank the directors and all their staff for actually putting in the time to get the comprehensive financial completed from start to finish for the first time. So again, I'm happy to present to you the fiscal year 22 to 31 comprehensive financial plan. Today's agenda, again, a lot of the information was provided to you via the emails, but we're going to discuss what the CFP is, why do we need it, how does the CFP work. I'm going to show you a handful of different results of how you can look at the data for fiscal years 22 to 31 in the CFP. What is next for us, and then answer the question, will the CFP determine the future of the funding? We'll touch basis on that at the very end. Again, these slides were provided to you a couple of weeks ago, so you have an idea of what we're discussing. Again, within the Word document, the implementation document that we send out to you, that kind of explains what the CFP is. It's our comprehensive financial plan. Many agencies have a capital improvement plan, which is a component of our CFP, but our comprehensive financial plan is both a short-term and a long-term planning document. We utilize this information to collect the data needs or the request needs of all of your departments from a personnel, operating, and capital perspective. So it's not just a capital improvement plan, it's also an operations plan and a personnel plan. We have currently 363 requests inside the CFP that allows Robert, the executive branch, the council, to have the information at their fingertips in one location. In the past, it was just every department had their own kind of planning document. An example would be if HR did not know that the fire department was planning on adding 2 fire stations, the HR department or the support services departments might be in a negative position from a planning perspective if they were not given that information ahead of time. So again, the CFP is to allow all decision makers access to data that the city is using to make their future budgetary needs and planning needs. So again, it's a short-term and long-term plan. So that's the ultimate drive of what the CFP is. Why do we need a CFP? To me, I believe the CFP acts as a communication tool to your community, to your internal community and external community. It lets everybody know what is on the horizon and how we're going to solve the needs of the citizens and the city employees going forward. It is an advanced budget planning tool. So each year when we work on the CFP, we actually budget, or we actually balance 5 years at a time. So the first 5 years within our CFP, it's actually balanced to the penny. The second 5 years of the 10-year, it's a desire of ours to get as balanced as possible, but it's not mandatory. And the theory behind that is that we have time still to make changes that can impact our decisions on the second 5 years. So we don't necessarily need to balance the second 5 years in my opinion. Again, can we get as close as possible? That's fantastic. But the first 5 years, we always want to have a balanced forecast, which includes all revenues and expenses as noted within the comprehensive financial plan. Every year you do an annual budget, which recognizes the needs for that particular year, but the CFP allows us to balance 5 years at a time, and then the second 5 years is our projected balancing act. The CFP also works as a prioritization tool. You now have access to 363 budget requests moving forward. You now have a central repository to figure out, okay, is this the right prioritization of projects as submitted to you via the CFP? You have access to all the data at your fingertips at any time. So you no longer need to wait until April when you get or May when you get your budget book to see what's being requested. You have access to 10 years worth of budgets basically right now. You can start engaging, the chief of fire now on some requests. You can engage Robert on some requests that you want to discuss. You can engage myself on requests in 2027 or whatnot. So again, we wanted to empower you guys and all the decision makers with the data at their fingertips so you can always see what's coming down the pipe and what's being discussed. Inside the CFP is the justification for those requests. So it's not just put something in there, you have to justify why you need it so that you can read the document, you can read the CFP and have a better understanding of what is being requested and why. Then annually we'll lean on the CFP because this is our repository of information. We'll utilize the CFP to help populate the upcoming budget and allow you to engage those departments submitting those requests ahead of the May or June workshops. You're more than welcome to engage us at any time. That's what it's there for. That's what we're hoping for. We're hoping that you guys can work with us, both the branches, and that we can have a lot of the conversations completed before the budget workshop so that we can have a pretty smooth workshop going forward. So those are the reasons why we need a CFP. Again, how does the CFP work? We have a calendar, just like the budget calendar, we have a CFP calendar. We send an invite to all the departments, to the mayor, and we ask them to start making edits to the CFP. Again, there's already 363 requests in there, so they're not creating anything from scratch per se. They'll go in there and review with their fellow team members. Is this still a request of ours over the next 10 years? If so, they leave it. If they say, hey, we could probably push that back a year, they'll make an adjustment into the CFP that just moves it a year back. Or maybe it goes the other way. Hey, we need to move 2027's request to 2025. Again, they have that allowability and they'll work with Robert and at the end of the day to determine, is this the right decision for the city based on the city strategic plan and the needs of the city. So again, we invite the departments to start making those edits and submissions. Those submissions are summarized by the finance department and submitted to the mayor. We will look at the content to make sure the content's good, make sure it's balanced, make sure the information is necessary for Robert to be able to review the content fairly. So again, we will do that and make sure that information is provided to the mayor. Finance will do the revenue projections for 10 years. So again, we'll use the latest information we have to make a revenue projection for the next 10 years so we can apply the future revenues against the CFP request, which is the future expenditures, and see if we're in balance. If we're not in balance, then Mayor will work with myself and the fellow directors to start the balancing act. And we may need to move some projects, out or move some projects in. We don't necessarily cut projects, we just delay them. Once a request is submitted into the CFP, that is a need by a department. So we can't just cut that need. We just might have to balance the need timeline. And that's how we balance a 5 and 10 year CFP. Again, we don't cut things. We just kind of move things out or we delay them so that we can get the revenues to match the expenditures. And then the final step is actually today. Again, first time we've completed the full process, we are presenting to you, the legislative branch, the executive branch's CFP on what we believe is representative of the city's strategic plan and what we believe is representative of the city's needs to continue to make the city of Meridian the success that it is. So again, that is the CFP process and how it works. The next 3 or 4 slides I'm going to show you are kind of different ways to look at the results. You have complete access to all these reports. I think there's 15 reports online that you have access to. We provided you a link to them. Dave T also provided you a VPN link if you wanted to utilize that. And so you have access to all these reports. Right now, the 10-year CFP as presented to you is a little excess of $321 million over the next 10 years. So it falls on us to figure out how do we find $321 million to fund this 10-year CFP. And we've done that. We've acknowledged where we can find these revenue sources for at least the first 5 years. We have a balanced first 5 years. The second 5 years is not guaranteed, but we'll go ahead and work on those second 5 years of a 10-year window as the years present themselves. So then one way to look at it is personnel needs are 11.8, operating is 3.5. Both of those are ongoing revenue sources. So we'll need to find new revenue to pay for those new expenditures ongoing. So those are much different than the one time, which is an operating one time and a capital one time. Those projects are much easier to manage and fund. But again, we still need to find the funding sources to make the 321 happen. And the mayor, directors, myself, we've done that for at least the first 5 years as presented in previous emails. So again, just one way to the database will show you information. It's available to you in the reports. Another way is kind of cash flow. You know, how much money do we need each year total? And we use this in our balancing act to make sure we have revenues coming in to make sure we can fund these. So again, add up all those bars, that's 321 million. Again, another way we look at the CFP and the request within it, we kind of categorize them under what we call new resources, upgrades, and operations. New resources would be, we need new resources because of the population growth. We need new resources because we're opening up stations 7 and 8. We need new resources because we're opening up 100 acres of parkland, so we need some staff to manage those parks. You know, upgrades would be mandated by the DEQ or any other governing body. We have to make some improvements here and there. So those would be the upgrades to those particular functions. And then the last one is operations. Replacements of vehicles. We already have services that we're providing. We need to make sure we maintain them. And so these would be those operational needs just to keep the service level where it's at. So again, just another way that we can display the CFP to you. And then I think this is the final slide I have for you from a presentation standpoint. Again, I know this is dated to as compared to the city strategic plan because you guys have been active on adopting a new one. But another way the CFP organizes the data is by the city strategic plan. So I can report back to you, or you can access the data and say, how much are we spending on the responsive government focus area? Well, the answer is 42 million. How much are we putting towards strategic growth? 110 million. So again, just different ways we can report back to you on the CFP on an annual basis. Again, all this data will be available to you at your fingertips. Again, another way, how many positions are being requested over the next 10 years? Again, this information is available to you on that app. So again, those are the results I wanted to kind of present to you, just different ways you can see the data, different ways we can get you the data. Just let us know. We'll be happy to run any report for you. Again, your directors have access to the CFP. They have approved all the requests that represent their departments. Robert has access to it. So please engage us on the CFP. This is our communication tool between the two branches to make sure that we're meeting our city's needs for the future. So the question is, what is next for us? So what's next is, I've provided you the CFP in a hard copy and digital form. I've given you access to our database, VPN or on campus. Feel free to start reviewing it, look at the data. We've given you basically 10 years of budgets at your fingertips. The most relevant would be the fiscal year 22 request, since that budget year process is has just started in January. Feel free to reach out to those directors with those requests and ask them questions. If there is a request that is not represented in the CFP that you would like, you have every right and ability to submit a request. Feel free to work with myself, feel free to work with the mayor, and we'll get those requests in the CFP. That way you're being represented. If there's a request in there that you have questions about, please reach out to us. Work with our team members to figure out, why that request is in there. Within that request reports, again, there is one report of the 15th. It's called the change request. I just warn you that, there are a lot of changes on that particular report. If you do run it, I think there's 755 changes because we changed a lot of line item details. So it might not go to the same GL, or might go to different. So just be warned when you do pull that report, it's pretty long because we're always making tweaks and adjustments to it. develop the fiscal year 22 budget. Again, this is what's next for us. This will be our guiding document. It is our repository of information. We're going to utilize this to populate basically your replacements and your new requests. The operations, the base budget, that's kind of not, that's done offline, and you guys will be invited to those March meetings. But just to let you know, the data that you'll see in May, 90% of it's probably inside the CFP right now. So feel free to start engaging the CFP and familiarizing yourself with what's coming to you in the month of May for requests and CFP new budget items. So again, we wanted to let you have that data now so you can be informed. And again, with that review, you'll be able to give us the proper guidance on what we want to do for the fiscal 22 budget and beyond. Again, we're looking for guidance from you on the future items as well, not just fiscal 22, because that's what's here. So those are the things that we need from you guys. What's next? Again, just want to answer one simple question. Will this determine future funding? The answer is no. Again, this is a tool within the city's toolbox. Again, we have to provide you guys information so you can be informed, because at the end of the day, you as the council are the ultimate responsible party for the budgetary decisions of the city of Meridian. The executive branch will do the execution of the budget as you approve, but we want to make sure that you are informed. You have the tools in your toolbox to make the proper decisions. And again, the CFP works in conjunction with the priority-based budgeting so that you can see that the decisions of the CFP are meeting the necessary request of the city's strategic plan. And that's kind of how we link the budget to the city's strategic plan, is kind of via the PBB system. The three all interact so that we are making sure that we're allocating the resources that meet the city's strategic plan to the best of our ability. So again, that is the CFP presentation. And I tried to provide you as much information as I could have over the last 2 weeks. So I did go over this pretty quickly, but I'm happy to answer any questions, not only today, but anytime you have any questions about the CFP, please reach out to us. We want you guys to be as comfortable as possible with the financial decisions of the city. As you can see, you have 321 million reasons to be concerned or have questions. So again, happy to answer any questions for you at this time.
Thank you, Todd. Council, just a few comments from myself for this is, having gone through this both on the staff side as well as on the elected official side, it's really what is the value, of the information. To me, it's like a roadmap or it's like a house plan. It kind of shows you what your intentions are, but everything along the way can impact those intentions, as great as they may be. Funding inputs can change. The decision, because this is a CFP, the only way it's fundable is if you take the 3% every single year. So anytime council varies from that decision, it has cascading impacts within the CFP for years, items. So it's a roadmap from that practical perspective. It is balanced based upon those type of assumptions through that process. In addition, it can change. I mean, Todd said that things tend to get pushed out. Well, they also do get removed. And that's there's items that were in the FY22 CFP that were removed from this one after conversations with the director because they determined a different way to get the same goal achieved. So there are ongoing changes, even year over year, about the needs of the departments and the directions. And of course, as we've seen changes in leadership within departments, I expect that will also trigger changes. So that's why I see there's definitely value in the CFP, but I think it's important to see it's a roadmap, it's a guide, it's a blueprint. It does show you likely what would be a majority of the major expected requests in the FY22 budget from an enhancement or replacement standpoint. But it's not all encompassing. There are other things that are not in the CFP. And as we see what occurs this year with funding, this can dramatically change everything that's going up or down either way. If our new construction far exceeds our expectations, that's an ongoing revenue source that can have dramatic positive impacts to the CFP. If it hits below Todd's projections, well, then you gotta have questions about moving, changing, altering, or cutting. But I think it's a good conversation point and a roadmap. It does not mean that council agrees with everything in there. And there's even things as the mayor that I question the things in the CFP. But at this point in time, it's worth leaving it in for a conversation. And the reality of each budget year will determine what actually can, should, or would move forward. So with that, are there any questions for our CFO or myself if he doesn't want to answer them?
Mr. Mayor?
Councilman Burnt.
You nailed it on the head when you mentioned that there's conversations will take place, discussions will take place, and as a council, I can't speak on behalf of all six, but I certainly can say that we're definitely interested and excited for this next year's budget and those discussions and what they look like. I know we discussed transportation. I know we've discussed fire stations and looking to have those conversations prior to the budget session in a workshop prior to. So no surprises, but excited for those discussions. And I wanted to thank Todd and his crew for putting together that presentation and for the easy access through OpenGov and what that looks like, not only to staff, the legislative body of the city, but also the citizens out there who want to have a quick glance of what our finances look like and how we're spending their money. So there you have it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Schrader.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate Council President Burnt mentioning the separate workshop sessions. I think that would be really productive. I may need some follow-up with the Parks Department. I think you are aware, just to understand the expansion of Discovery Park and what we're getting for that $11 million exactly. But I do want to say I would like to see a little bit more under vibrant and sustainable community. I think that's an important part of our strategic plan. And so I hope I could work with you possibly to add some more there in addition to having those discussions. So I just wanted to make that high level comment, particularly when we have some opportunities that I think are a very good return on investment for the city.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Todd, first, thanks for coming back for a second week. And I wanted to commend you and your team for the way you brought this information to the council. I recognize it took probably a lot of extra work on your end and your teams and to give us kind of these bite-sized chunks. But for me, even this is probably the fourth or fifth or sixth time I've heard about this. It was really, really helpful. Second, I wanted to thank you and IT's work to be able to get this so that we can access it remotely. I think that has been a big help for me. I always want to spend some time in the CFP and especially in this COVID world, it's been hard to get into City Hall early to be able to do that. So be able to access it from home has been helpful. Maybe a question for you, Todd, and then maybe a follow-up question for either Council President Burnt or you, Mr. Mayor. First question is, Todd, is about updating costs. So let's say, for instance, I want to build a new park in 2032. I've got a ballpark about what that's going to cost today, but not necessarily what it's going to cost 10 years from now. What is the obligation of the department director or of your department to kind of factor in inflation costs or other secondary costs that may drive the price up or down as we move across the calendar?
Appreciate the question and appreciate the words, Luke, on the CFP. Again, glad to be able to help you and your fellow council members be informed so you guys are comfortable with the final decisions you guys have to make. To answer the question about the responsibilities or expectations of our directors or any manager who puts in a CFP request, we only ask that they understand what the cost of that product or request is at that time of data entry. The finance department is responsible for all inflationary cost calculations, and we utilize that data in our forecasting model. So what we'll do is we'll take all the standard costs as submitted to us by the the management in the CFP. And then we'll apply that in our forecast model, which has an inflationary factor for up to the year 2040. So we apply a consistent inflationary factor both to personnel, operating, and capital, so that we have a consistent methodology used throughout the city of Meridian. And we try to keep it simple for our decision makers on the director side and department side. Just know that today's cost, we will inflate for the year 2032.
Okay. Thank you for that explanation, Todd. And then my follow-up question would be, again, for either Council President Burnt or Mayor Simison. We know that our departments use the CFP process to kind of forecast what we think, budget requests are going to be. And we can, kind of to Todd's point, look and see what we can anticipate in the 22 budget. My question would be is for, I think from time to time, there are items that the city council would like to be included as a budget. And I think it's somewhat unfair for a mayor to bring forth a budget and the city council says, oh, by the way, we want to add these items. And so I'd like, and it doesn't necessarily have to be today, but a future discussion about building out that process so that the council feels that they've got a framework to get a budget item at least proposed for inclusion, so there aren't any surprises. And two, so that we can work collaboratively, council and mayor together, to present a budget that's inclusive of all the requests that are coming, not just from the various departments, but from the city council as well. And so I don't know if that is adding that into the CFP, recognizing this is just a tool, or if there's a separate framework that we need to look to establish this year so that we're all kind of rowing in the same direction. So Council President Burnt, Mr. Mayor, I don't know if you have any thoughts or suggestions on that, or if that's something you would want to marinate on, but I'd like us to come back to that conversation, if not today, at a future point.
Councilman Burnt?
Mr. Mayor, really interesting that you mentioned that, Councilman Cavanagh, because I was just thinking about the same thing about 15 minutes ago, because I know that there's been conversations in the past about certain things, it's different additions to city staff and such that city council has been interested in the past. So having those discussions, I think, would make sense, and maybe the mayor and I sit down and see what that process looks like, and maybe you and I meet offline to chat more about that as well.
I'm happy to have a council CFP if you guys would like to populate your own with your own stuff as well.
I don't know if there's enough hours in the day.
Well, that is part of that process as well. I mean, I think that there's a lot of discussion there and a lot of comments, especially what happens when it's the one council member that wants it that they no longer are here.
Yeah.
Does it fall off? What happens when the mayor's no longer here? Should it fall off? Should nothing exceed 2 years at a time? Should we only do a FY or a CFP for 2 years at a time based upon the current elected officials? But I don't think it hurts to have a list of items and an ongoing conversation for what that is from the council's perspective. I'm more than happy for that. Whether or not it finds its way into this CFP for a blueprint process, I think that's a separate conversation to see what makes sense and what doesn't.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Strader.
I just want to just to say to Councilman Kavanagh's request or idea, what a fantastic idea, at least to give you the feedback about additional priorities council may think need to be reflected in the CFP. And then I would think that at least that would give you, for the next year, some early feedback on the CFP. I love the idea of making it more collaborative. Doesn't mean that it ultimately gets adopted that way, but like how we got involved in the strategic plan, I feel like that gave us a much better outcome. And I would think that this would do the same thing for us. So I think that communication could be great.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, this actually ties into Councilman Kavanagh's question about kind of the projection process and how you figure things, but mine was more on the items that are more volatile, because I'd like to know how you do your crystal balling for things like, take fuel prices, for example. I mean, we've seen it where they've been super high and then they come crashing down, and who knows where they're going to be, 2 years from now. So how do you guys handle that? How do you work on that? How do you, and I'm sure you're conservative in terms of looking at things going higher as opposed to lower, but sometimes those prices do go lower. So I'd like your input on that.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, appreciate the question. We have we really don't have a crystal ball. We do the best that we can with the data that we review. So really myself, Jenny Fields, Brad Purser, the three of us work on the financial projections. We'll work with the directors themselves or the managers within the departments to get their input and insight on certain decisions, because they have more of the boots on the ground on some of the operational expenditures, fuels, chemicals, so forth. And we'll just look at the past results. We'll look at the news forecast. We'll use the state of Idaho's economic forecast. We lean on their research team. They have more resources than we do. But we don't have a crystal ball. We do the best we can with the data that we have. And we are conservative. You're 100% correct, Brad. We've always have been. And we'll continue to be that way. But we just use the data that we have to best project what we can do and talk to the management, because if they have a operational change that, hey, we're not going to do as many of this, well, we need less of that. So we do rely on the management team to give us guidance on their operations for the upcoming 24 months.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
follow-up comment to that. I appreciate that, Todd. And overall, other than the fact that at first I thought I was getting spam from the finance department, I do appreciate the fact that you broke that down. We got good information, was able to review it and go through it. And I just appreciate the effort that you and your team have put into the budgeting process. I really think it builds confidence by citizens who pay attention to that sort of thing into what we do in this community, how their money is spent, and the transparency that is created by this. And it's something that I think really, really helps. It's not that people always agree on how things are spent and what the priorities are, but at the same time, there's an understanding. So that's much appreciated. So keep up the good work.
Appreciate the good words. And again, transparency and fiscal responsibility has been the keystone since you've been council member for, back in your first term. So again, we're continuing that. I appreciate that.
Councilman Prow.
Sorry, Todd, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I apologize.
No, I agree with my fellow council members. The preparatory emails were very helpful, and definitely helpful as overall, I've understood the whole concept of what the CFP exists for, but understanding the details is highly beneficial. The question I have for you is, we talked a lot about estimating expenditures, but I want to talk about how you're calculating the revenue, how you're calculating the incoming funds. And if you could give me a brief understanding of what that looks like, obviously, hopefully, and the expectation is that our funds will increase as our city gets bigger and new construction rolls. We'll see how that goes, see what our legislature does. But how have you gotten to the estimates that you know exactly how much can be allocated on an annual basis for the next 10 years?
Sure, appreciate the question. So the high level approach on revenue. The city of Meridian has a very, consistent revenue sources. The general fund is primarily funded by property taxes, which is derived from the, 40,000 dwelling units that we have. So luckily for us, unless the houses or dwelling units get up and leave the city, we have a 99.7%, revenue collection rate. We know that we're going to collect the revenue because those dwelling units don't leave. So when you have a revenue collection rate of about 99%, our revenue projections are pretty easy to manage. It's really, are we going to take the 3%? And can we estimate what the new construction is over the next 10, 20 years? Those are the two big wild cards for us from that perspective. Our next largest revenue source in the general fund is the state sharing. And there is an agency out there that actually does the calculations for us. We lean on them and we look at our past projections. So again, we use the population, we use the state of Idaho's economic forecast, and we use the third-party agency to allow us to calculate the state revenue sharing, which comprises the basically 70 to 80% of our revenue source. So again, pretty easy from a management standpoint from revenue. Water and wastewater, again, if the 40,000 dwelling units don't get up and leave, we know that they're going to use water. We have an idea of what the average water user is on a daily basis. So we can get a pretty good 99% calculation on what we believe the revenue collections will be for water and sewer, which makes up the majority of the revenue sources in the enterprise fund. And we use population in our growth committee to tell us what the next 10 years will look like. And we can extrapolate the revenue sources based on houses, because we know how many houses there are. We know the equivalent of residential units. We know how much revenue each residential unit generates. So again, from a revenue standpoint, it's pretty easy compared to if we made widgets or if we were selling something else. So we are pretty lucky. We don't have a lot of variables in our revenue sources. So that's why we're pretty confident with our revenue projections for 10 years, because of our primary revenue source is based on the 40,000 dwelling units from a water and a property tax standpoint. So hopefully that gives you an idea of how we manage our revenue projections from a very top high level.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Yes, thank you very much. I think where I was going with that question was, we're seeing such significant growth. Just curious if you are, actively tracking the estimates for what's coming through, for what's been approved, and what is yet to be on the tax rolls. I don't know how detailed you get with that. You can only do that, of course, at this point for maybe the next 2 years. And are you looking at averages of how many new residences are coming into play? And also, how are you making estimates in regard to commercial construction? And I don't know how detailed that you want to get. You don't have to. We can keep it at a high level and we can chat later. But just, curious if you see, obviously, again, maybe a magic 8 ball, but no crystal ball. I would anticipate some significant shifts. We don't know how soon it's going to be before Meridian really is built out within our area of impact. I don't know if there's been any estimates of whether that's 20 years or 10 years. I'm curious how that affects your view of the long term.
Appreciate the question. Again, we're happy to get more in the weeds with you offline. I know that you guys have time constraints here, but again, the CFP is based on what we conduct here as part of the growth committee. So the city of Meridian has a growth committee that analyzes the growth data for up to 2040. So the year 2040 is where we project to. The planning department is very involved with that. We get a lot of our data from Compass and the traffic and zoning data. And we feel that we have pretty good details and an understanding of what's coming onto the city's books up until 2040. So we're pretty confident with what we have, and we use those data points to tell us how many rooftops are entering the facility, how many multifamily, and the commercial is the biggest wild card because there's a lot of ebb and flow in that. We may have 1 year where it's 1 million and then 1 year it's 5,000 because they're all in construction. So the commercials are our biggest wild card from that. But other than that, we're pretty confident with the data that we utilize from our planning department staff, our Compass neighbors, and the state's economic forecast. So that's our crystal ball or the lucky 8 ball.
Councilman Borton, any further questions, comments? Okay, thank you very much, Todd. Appreciate it. It's been a fun process. I look forward to starting it again, like probably tomorrow, but.
You're right. Appreciate your time and have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd.
Council, we've reached item number 17 on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
this may be a question for Mr. Neri. The student, I just saw him get up. Perfect timing. Do we have time for this? Do we want to strike this and do? Do we have enough time to do it? Executive session right now? Do you want to do it after the next meeting? What would you prefer, Mr. Neri?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilman Burnt. I think the first item, the 742061A, I don't know if the mayor needs more than 20 minutes. So we could do that.
Okay, and just do this.
Yeah, and I don't know how much discussion we'll have of the second item anyway, so if you opened it, I can at least ask that question.
Okay,
And then if we need to add it to the regular agenda or continue with it on the regular agenda, we can.
okay. Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-2061A and 74-206A1A.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to go into executive session. Is there any discussion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
Aye.
All ayes, and we are moved into executive session. I see we have one council member out there, Mr. Board. I don't know if we have Councilman Kavner or Perot. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
Mr. Mayor, I move we come out of executive session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to come out of executive session. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I move we adjourn a work session.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed,
Aye.
nay. The ayes have it, and we are adjourned. Council, I will call this meeting to order. For the record, it is Tuesday, January 19th, 2021 at 6 p.m. We will begin tonight's meeting with roll call attendance.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilman Borton,
Here.
Councilman Cavanagh,
Here.
Councilwoman Perot,
Here.
Councilwoman Strader,
Here.
Councilman Hoagland,
Here.
Councilman Burnt,
Here.
Mayor Simison.
Here. Next time is the Pledge of Allegiance. If you all rise and please join us in the pledge. Thank you. Our next item is our community invocation, which will be delivered by Randy Rhodes of Research Christian Church this evening. If you would all please join us in the community invocation or take this as a moment of silence and reflection for yourself. That's Rose.
Mayor Simison, thank you for this opportunity and council members to come and pray tonight. Lord, we thank you for this great city of Meridian. We pray your blessing upon it and upon this meeting tonight. And Lord, you tell us in your word that if we acknowledge you in all that we do, that you will direct our paths. So I pray, God, that you would be with every one of our council members and our mayor tonight as they would acknowledge you, God, in these decisions, and that all that is decided would be done for your perfect will in this great city. We pray this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, sir.
Council, next item is the adoption of the agenda.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
there is a change to the agenda. Item 4, executive session. We took care of everything previously in our after our 4:30 workshop. So I move that we approve the agenda minus item 4. We'll strike that.
Mr. Mayor, I second the amended agenda, adoption amended agenda.
I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as amended. Is there any discussion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and the agenda is agreed to as amended. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up under the public forum?
Mr. Mayor, there were no signups.
Okay, then we will move into action items. Our first item is the public hearing for Earl Glen subdivision, TECC 2020-003. I will open this public hearing with staff comments and turn it over to Joe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Good evening. As noted, the first item on tonight's agenda is for Earl Glen time extension. The site consists of 4.65 acres of land currently zoned R8 and R15, located at 1780 East McMillan, which is near the northeast corner of McMillan and Locust Grove, as seen on the maps here. It received preliminary plat, rezone, and conditional use permit approval in 2015. Conditional use permit was for multifamily. The preliminary plat was for, I believe, something like 16 or 17 lots of single-family residential. A one-year time extension was approved administratively in 2017. In 2018, a second time extension, which was approved by City Council, was approved, which made the new deadline for the applicant to apply for a final plat and receive signature by the city engineer October of last year. They did not meet that, so they're asking for another time extension in order to have another 2 years to obtain signature on a final plat. The previous extension that was approved required some additional conditions. Since then, nothing has changed, so I just recommended to continue those existing recommendations, and just note that future multifamily here will require certificate of zoning compliance and design review. So any design comments there we can take care of at that point. And then the road infrastructure and utilities will all get constructed with the plat. So that's pretty straightforward. This is the approved plat. Large open space abuts the west, which is a commercial zone property. And they have the multifamily abutting McMillan. The zoom in of the multifamily. The road exists already to about approximately here, just for reference. And then this is just our overall map of the area. And after that, I will stand for questions.
Thank you, Joe. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Council Administrator.
Thanks, Joe. I am just wondering, it's been so long since this was approved, and a lot has changed in the city. We have a new comprehensive plan. Do you think in general that this is the type of project the city council would approve today? Is it consistent with our comprehensive plan? If it came as a de novo project, do you think we would require other things, or how does this sort of compare given the amount of time that's passed?
Council Administrator, great question. I haven't dived too much into the details of it, of what was approved or why, but it does meet the comp plan in the sense that it's a medium density residential, and the density proposed meets that, as well as the proposed uses of single family and multifamily. I think that its inclusion, and this was thought out back in 2015, of where the open space is located with the street and then the corner property. It's kind of hard to see, but this corner property is zoned commercial, so that's a good buffer between that and it having the multifamily up against the arterial with a nice landscape buffer is also something that we see typical today. I don't know that there would be much else to change if this were to come back through. A lot of the subdivision design guidelines were implemented afterwards, but that is something that in the previous time extension were added to this as a requirement that they need to meet those, which they appear to do. So I wouldn't see much difference between what they would submit now versus what they submitted in 2015. No, ma'am.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Joe, has any, two questions. Has any dirt actually been moved on this yet at all? And secondly, I apologize if I didn't hear if the applicant is here this evening to share their thoughts on the delay.
Councilwoman Perot, the applicant is here, yes, in the chambers. She might be better to answer the first question too, but I don't believe much dirt, if any, has been moved. So I would like to leave that to Penelope to answer, just to give you the right answer.
Council, any further questions for staff? Okay, then I'll invite the applicant to please come forward. And if you can state your name and address for the record, Penelope, that'd be great.
We're good now, sorry.
Mayor and Council, Penelope Constantakis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho, 83701. I have a prepared presentation, but I'll try and insert into it answers to those comments. So I'm here representing Brinegar Investments. It's a limited liability, limited partnership for the request of the time extension for both the Earl Glen subdivision preliminary plat and a conditional use permit. The Brenigers do have an extensive history of subdivision development in Meridian and are currently developing White Cliff Phase 1, which is to the west of the site on McMillan Road. To the property owners, this is a legacy site for their family because their parents lived along Locust Grove for many years. So Clyde had a funny story about how his father fell down in the yard when they bought this property at an auction in 1990. So anyhow, it's a combination of single-family lots, as you know, and multifamily. The developers actually own the additional 11.4 acres that's immediately north of this site. So that's one of the pieces it's still in Ada County. It hasn't been annexed into the city. There are two primary reasons why they're requesting the time extension. First of all, the site, if it's combined with a parcel to the north, would encompass a full 16 acres. And the Brenigers are still carefully considering the best way to plan development of the three parcels in a meaningful way. The stub street that enters the site from Sheridan Place, which is up on the north boundary, would provide an avenue of connectivity from that subdivision in the future and Earl Glen westward to Locust Grove Road, with the initial section being constructed with Earl Glen. At this time, there's been no dirt moved with this project. Second of all, given the structure of the Brinegar Investments as a limited liability, limited partnership, and given that the principals are dealing with some health issues, they would like to complete White Cliff prior to starting the final plat for Earl Glen. Starting a new subdivision would present issues if the ownership of Earl Glen needed to be changed in the middle of the project. And as it goes without saying, COVID has complicated every avenue and particle of our lives. The Brenigers are committed to the Earl Glen project. I spent quite a bit of time with them last week to talk about this. This is a timing issue, not a lack of commitment, and they would like to plan the incorporation of the northern 11.4 acres moving forward into their overall plan. Some of the elements they're considering for the northern parcels include commercial development along Locust Grove Road with the extension of a low-intensity neighborhood commercial zone, and then the northward continuation of the single-family residential that would be started with Earl Glen in the interior of the abutting parcel. The staff report mentioned that there was one neighbor that called. There were actually two. One neighbor was just north of McMillan Road, and he wanted to know if the multifamily would be adjacent to his site. He's a brand new homeowner in that particular house, and I said no. And then another neighbor called way north of Earl Glen in Sheridan Place, but like 4 or 5 lots north of our north boundary, and wanted to know if there was going to be multifamily next to his home. And I sent him a copy of the plat and welcomed any discussion he wanted to have with me about that. So there doesn't appear to be a downside to the time extension. This is now becoming an infill site as opposed to what it was in 2015. It's still consistent with the Meridian Comprehensive Plan for residential development, and they are anxious to look at options. They're looking at maybe an assisted living facility along Locust Grove Road. Both the Brenigers are elderly now, and so I understand this is the third time extension. I understand that we have some maybe unusual circumstances with COVID. So, and then their participation in White Cliff. With that, I would be happy to loop back and make sure I've answered Councilwoman Schrader's questions. Yes, it's still consistent with the comp plan. As Joe mentioned, it is a good buffer for Sheridan Place. It's kind of an intermediary density. between the existing mature subdivision that's east of our site. With that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Penelope, nice to see you virtually tonight. Help me understand from your perspective what's going to change between now and 2 years from now to help you and your clients effectively move forward on this project. I think, as you know, time extensions are a pet peeve of mine. I think that they serve a purpose, but oftentimes they can kind of spin out of control. And I'm just trying to come to terms with what's going to be different 2 years from now that doesn't exist today.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I'm not sure I can give you a definitive answer on that. The only thing I know for sure is that the Brennigers are pretty deep in White Cliff right now. According to their real estate specialist, it's a 40-acre site. They have, they've got quite a few of the homes built, and I think there's actually senior living facility that's going in White Cliff. I'm not 100% sure. So as I stated in my testimony, I think this is a lack of commitment. I think it's a timing issue. I don't know that there would be anything any different in 2 years other than they would be better positioned to begin final plating.
Okay, thank you, Penelope.
You're welcome.
Penelope, maybe piggybacking off that question
Yes, sir.
a little bit. You talked about that they own the property to the north and they eventually want to incorporate that. Why would it be better not to wait and have this done as part of that project instead of this one remaining a standalone project at this time with the time extension with the unknown date and obligations and possible other impacts?
Mayor, I appreciate that's a great question. And I think probably from a phasing and strategic perspective that they would construct the Earl Glen first, and it would assist them in financing the future phase, which would be northward, and then the commercial development as allowed by the city along Locust Grove. So it becomes really no different than phasing a subdivision.
I guess a better question and more is land use and how that northern one develops compared to how this one is proposed to develop, without knowing that there's probably not a concept plan yet for that for the one to the north, or is there? I think that to me is, at least from my perspective, when you're talking about a time extension, but you're also talking about the value of how the northern property will eventually develop, doesn't it make sense to have a plan for all 16 acres at the same time to consider as compared to leaving this one and then reconsidering that one in a different vacuum?
Mr. Mayor, I think I can verbally give you a conceptual plan. The idea is to continue the single-family detached dwellings northward on the interior of the site, and because it's more consistent with what's going on in Sheridan Place. And then whatever depth the convenience store site is to the west of us, that would hopefully be extended northward. So it would just really be two use types. You'd have single family on the interior and this low intensity neighborhood oriented commercial along Locust Grove. I apologize, that's the best I can give you. I do understand your question about conceptual planning. One of the reasons that the Brennigers have been successful doing so many subdivisions, and there's a lot of them. I searched the database, the Meridian clerks database, and I think I found 5 or 6 subdivisions that they've done in the fairly recent past, is that they tend to be a little bit more conservative, and they work hard to maintain their stability so that when they make commitments, they can follow through on them.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Penelope, thank you. I would like to just say, at least from my perspective, that my thought process and the what I weigh in this kind of decision really is less on the reliability of the applicant in this situation and more on, are we taking away the public's ability to again have input this 6 years later on a property? You know, by doing this, we essentially prove for 2 more years, and then, you know, 6 years has been significant for our city, and so now if we do this, another application is not submitted for that property, and there's not another public hearing that's held until what would be a CUP application, and that's just for the multifamily. So that's my only hesitation with this. Not that I in any way want to burden you or your client as an applicant to restart a process for a preliminary plat that you wouldn't make changes to. For me, it's just more along the lines of, you're right, there has been a lot of significant changes in that area. I know the subdivision to the east very well. And I guess that's where I shouldn't say hesitancy, that's where my thought process comes in, is 6 years, you know, one extension we see, but this is essentially, I mean, this is quite long for me, and it has nothing to do with your applicant's reasoning for wanting the extension. I just want to be clear about that. It is just purely are we doing what's right for the city as a whole, for the residents of the city as a whole? So that's not my decision. I'm just letting you know kind of what I'm thinking as we're sitting here discussing.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond? Yes. Yes, Councilwoman. I do understand your question. I've had so far 3 neighborhood meetings in association with these time extensions, and I had 3 people show up for the first one, and I've never had anyone ever come after that. I've had a couple of phone calls, but and their concern, the neighborhood concern, was just that they weren't going to have an incompatible use adjacent to theirs. And the subdivision has been designed to be complementary to Sheridan Place, which is what's immediately to the east of them. So, but if there's some mitigating that we can do, more follow-up neighborhood meetings, if you can think of something that we can do to keep this active and current with the neighbors, we'd be happy to do that.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
Question for Joe. Joe, you know, this has been on the books for a while. As residents move in, if they wanted to find out about, well, what's going to happen with this property, it sounds like they're able to call the city. They can be given information. It sounds like they've been given her phone number to call. So it's not a surprise to people that if they do their due diligence, that they can be aware of what the plan is. Is that correct?
Councilman Hoagland, that's very, very true for any project, but especially for one that hasn't broken ground as well.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I respond?
Yes.
Maybe some signage would be in order. Some additional signage beyond what's normally required, which is for hearings. Maybe a map on a sign that just stays there. Says this is what's proposed for the site, and if you have questions, you can call this number. I would be fine with that. I'm sure the Brinnegers would be. It's a little bit out of the box, but I do understand people move in, they don't know, they just know there's a big empty field next to them and don't have, a lot of people don't even know that they need to call City Hall. It's not real common for people to think about that. So if there's some kind of additional signage that we can implement that would make the city council more comfortable, I'd be happy to talk to the Brinnegers about doing that.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
just to explore that concept further, I mean, it's just basically good marketing. If you put up a sign and say future site of XYZ subdivision, Earl Glen, that's the T. Earl Glen subdivision or some sort of thing like that. It's, you know, from just a marketing standpoint, that might be a good idea, but you know, we do have sign requirements, so I don't know if we'd have to have something done to make that work. even though it's a developmental process. So it's good thought though, Penelope. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I did have one other thing I wanted to offer. Apparently, they get phone calls weekly from people throwing just outrageous amounts of money at them, trying to buy the site. I've heard that, you know, boutique grocers, complete changes of uses, which I don't know how the city would feel about that. And they have consistently declined any follow-up in terms of selling the site. So I know there's a lot of demand for it. And they want to keep it a single-family residential subdivision if they can. Thank you.
Council, any further questions for the applicant?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
if I could, a question I'll leave with legal and then a question for you, Penelope. Your application for the extension, it notes that it expired, the existing opportunity to get the plat, the final plat in, it expired October 17th. But the request for the extension was after that fact, November 5th. In my world, once a period expires, the right to extend, to even request it, is gone as well. So I had a question about whether we're even allowed to hear this request in light of the date the request was made after the period of expiration. But legal noodles that question. The question for you is, why not request a 10-year extension? What would be the policy reason why a 10-year extension wouldn't be appropriate?
Mr. Terry.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, I can answer the second question first. Our code only allows a 2-year extension. So that's one reason. We have, the council in the past has granted extensions that were applied for after the date of the prior extension. So the council has approved those in the past. I don't know if Joe had any more to add about that from the planning's perspective, but I know the council has discussed that issue previously and has granted them outside of the expirations.
Yes,
So,
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, thank you, Mr. Neri, for that. That's also true. And then in addition, the applicant and I started this before the deadline and with the neighborhood meeting and things like that that are required prior to the expiration. It got bumped out beyond that. I think even the November date is actually a little late from when, I think that's when it was noticed compared to when we received it in-house, was very close to that October date. I just can't remember exactly when that was, but I hear your point. I do. If there's a precedent that we've done that before, then that's that.
okay, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I appreciate that. I would love to clean that up. I mean, for an applicant's benefit, let's pick some date and stop receiving applications for stuff like this after the time for action expires. It just leaves us, it's just mushy. It's not fair to an applicant. They can ask for an extension 10 months after it expires. I mean, so we open ourselves up to make it difficult for an applicant. And to the second question, Penelope, I wasn't trying to be cute with it. It was just illustrating that, I mean, there's reasons behind that council's expressed these struggles. There's reasons behind deadlines and requirements to have these in. If we limit ourselves to 2 years, there's a reason we placed a cap on the request itself. 5 of the 7 of us didn't see this as well. There was 5 years of a period before COVID where, again, this just all sat. So it just sort of begs the question, if we just continue to grant extensions, let's just get rid of the 2-year cap and start granting 10-year extensions. It's problematic. I struggle as well under these circumstances as requested and in light of what's been discussed to grant another 2-year extension.
Mr. Mayor. Yes, Councilman, I understand the nature of your comments, and they're just like Joe explained, we were working on the time extension, and so I don't know what else to say. I'm sorry.
You, Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
definitely don't apologize. I understand if we've, as far as the timing of it, if we've had a process that has allowed it, then it's no fault on yours by any stretch. It's more the concern is substantive than procedural on some of the problems with allowing this to continue. In light of all of the reasons that the mayor and council have brought up today.
Understood. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
On pro.
Penelope, I know that the time has passed and we are here now, but it seems like we've chatted a little bit about what has gone on the last 2 years since the last extension. But when the applicant originally applied, what was the original, was the original intent to have that completed in short order? And how did it sort of get off course? Not that you need to give the entire history, but I guess COVID's just been within the last year. So maybe give a short summary of what transpired prior to that so that we can get a sense of, I agree with Councilman Borton that, that was the other thing that I had going through my mind as I was reading this information was that majority of the council didn't originally approve this and a new comprehensive plan as well. So maybe give us a little bit more understanding of what was going on at the time that the application was made and the intentions behind when it was supposed to be complete.
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman, when I was working on this in 2015, my understanding was that they were going to move forward with it in fairly short order. I don't have a lot of contact with the Brennigers, so I'm not exactly sure. I know that that sometimes, just based on my work and routing final plats, which is a very difficult project to do, sometimes things show up and they just send everybody off in a spin, and it takes a while to regroup and solve problems. Of course, that doesn't explain the number of years that the project has been preliminary platted. And I just know that they've been involved in other projects. Not Clyde, but his sister has experienced health issues. I think I explained in my testimony, although maybe not real clearly, that because it's a limited partnership, they want to make sure that they don't start something that then requires a change in ownership structure in the middle of the project. But my understanding was from the beginning that we were going to go to final plat, and other than knowing that, I can't explain to you why the Brennigers didn't move forward with it more quickly. I just don't have that information. I apologize.
Mr. Mayor, question for Joe.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Joe, if we were to deny it this evening, is there anything I'm missing? Are they at any disadvantage at that point that would stop them from, hopefully bringing this back, ideally with the property to the north, so the whole thing? Is there anything that I'm missing? Is that they're penalized in some way besides having to notice it, do the public hearings, et cetera?
Councilwoman Schrader. Negatives or positives are subjective in that sense, I guess. The only thing I guess would be that they already have the zoning. So the R15 and R8 portion, it is zoned, so they technically would not have to do a master plan between this parcel and the RUT parcel. There wouldn't be a requirement to do that. They could just come back and reapply with this exact same plat. Obviously, it doesn't guarantee they'd get approved, but that could be the process. It would be up to the council. I'm hearing the concerns from council and I understand them. I did put that in the staff report too. This is the third one, so it's up to you guys to determine whether or not that's in the best interest of the city. Also with that, you don't have to grant 2 years, unless Mr. Neri corrects me on this. It could be a shorter time frame. It's whatever council wants though. 0, it could be 6 months, 9 months, whatever you guys would like. But that might put a fire under their butt. I'm not sure.
Thanks.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Yeah, I guess, yeah, Joe kind of got to the crux, maybe my questions for Mr. Neri is one, can we grant a time extension that is less than 2 years? And two, if we were to grant any extension, could it be conditioned that no future extensions would be granted?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, Councilmember Cavanagh, as Joe stated, you can do it any time period you wish. So it doesn't have to be the full 2 years that's being requested. Barring a future council from making a decision on their own is a little more problematic to me. I wouldn't say it's prohibited by code. It's certainly not something I'd encourage because, again, circumstances change, situations change, and trying to box that in the UDC, there really isn't anything like that. So that's a little bit more concerning to do, but it's not prohibited. It's just, I'm not sure if future council would appreciate that when there may be some reason that is absolutely valid, and I don't know what that might be.
Yeah.
But certainly pandemics are one of them. So.
Council, any further questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
One additional question for Penelope. Penelope, you've heard some of the discussion amongst council about maybe perhaps a time extension less than 2 years. It kind of gets to the question that I asked you earlier about what would change between now and 2 years from now. The part that I'm struggling with is if there was action that was going to happen in the immediate future, I think I could be supportive of an extension. If there's not, then I am more supportive of a denial. So can you help give council a little bit of flavor again for if a time less than 2 years is supportive by you and your clients? Or if you're just going to be here 2 years from now asking for another time extension?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, any time period that the council sees fit to grant is fine. We're not really in a position to argue with that. One of the things that occurred to me as I was listening to you discuss this is that a time extension would allow the Brennigers to sell the project and get it moving. Not that I have no knowledge that they want to do that, but one of the benefits of a time extension would allow the project to move forward with someone else. And again, I have to be very clear about that. I have no understanding that they're planning on selling it, but it does keep the plat active in the event that they consider your concerns this evening and understand that there isn't going to be probably another option in the future, and that this might be a good time to entertain offers for selling the plat. And if it's constructed the way it's approved now, then any future plans they would have for the 11 acres to the north would not likely change because it would continue to match what was going on to the south. So that's the only thing I can offer really in response to your question.
Okay.
Whatever time frame the council sees fit is appropriate.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Councilman Hoagland.
Just to follow up on that line of thought, Penelope, if there was a denial tonight, I would see them more likely to rid themselves of that property and focus on something to the north for their use. What are your thoughts on that? Because if there's a denial, well, if we can't do it now, we got to come back with everything. Well, let's cash out on this and focus on the property of the north. And then we bisect these two properties and have two separate infill developments as opposed to one in a future. Is that?
Mr. Mayor, Councilman, I don't have enough insight into my client's future plans to be able to really answer that. With the site designed completely, and I think there's even a fair amount of engineering work that's been done on it, it wouldn't be difficult for someone to pick up the parcel and move forward with what was previously approved with whatever changes are a reflection of changes in code. Um, I know that the Brennigers would like to keep the subdivision active and in their own ownership. So I don't have any insight into whether or not they would sell it if it was denied tonight. Again, I think the family as a whole is anchored to the site because of their parents living so close by. I guess on page 25 of the Meridian book, there's a picture of Mr. Brenniger Sr. And there was a place called Hoppy's Corner, which was his mother's little commercial shop of some kind or another. So I don't know that they would sell the site.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to follow up with a comment.
Councilman Hoagland.
Just because that's the difficulty, and I think Councilman Cavanagh touched on it as well, that, you know, these little details can matter, but at the same time, I struggle where we haven't had there hasn't been a change in zoning. There wouldn't be any changes to the plat. It allows that ability to further develop the site to the north with this included, although we can make requirements, but it's a little harder when there's two different property owners to make sure things are tied together as opposed to one. I'm just trying to see the benefits of denial versus an approval of a year or whatever council would agree if that's the direction we go. You know, weighing what's best for a future development. We know it's going to be developed. And is that with the current developer or does it get split? And then what do we have? So, you know, I'm probably more inclined to go with what we know than what we don't know, but which would lend to a time extension. But you know, it's not hard and fast in my mind right now.
Mr. Mayor, question for
Solomon Strayer.
thank you. Question for either Bill, Neri, or Joe. What is the longest, if anyone remembers, that we have done these extensions before? And I guess I'm concerned, are we setting a precedent by doing this for this amount of extensions at this length of time?
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Councilmember Strader, I couldn't tell you how long any of them have been. I mean, there certainly have been lengthy extensions. Each one of them, in my opinion, is its own unique animal. I mean, again, I think the council has asked exactly the right questions you need to. Why is it taking so long? What's the plan? What was the intention when you started? All of those things are really relevant. So I don't believe it's a precedent to allow this to go forward with an extension of whether it's 2 years or less. I think it's totally within your discretion. I mean, I think it speaks to at least the impacts of the neighborhood, as Councilmember Perot's brought up, because they have had neighborhood meetings. That is part of the process. So the public is aware that this is being asked to be extended again, and we don't have anybody here or wanting to testify opposed to that. So what would happen, that was one of the questions asked earlier, if the extension is denied and the plat itself is dead in the sense of plannings, being able to move forward with it, or for the developer. It's already annexed and it's already zoned. So those remain, whether this is denied or not. So, but entitled property certainly has value. And I think that's what Ms. Konstantakis was talking about, that from a development standpoint, the fact that there's already an approved plan to move forward, if the desire was to sell, or at least engage someone else to get this constructed, having the plat being able to move forward immediately is certainly better than it being starting from the very beginning. So there is some good and bads either way. Certainly you all have asked the exact right questions you should, and it is totally within your discretion. I don't believe it would be precedent setting for anybody else to say they're entitled to something of this nature as well.
Mr. Mayor.
Well, and Mr. Neri, just to clarify, we have not yet asked for any public who wish to testify, so I don't want to presume that there's nobody here in favor or opposition, because we have a couple people, so.
Thank you. Sorry, correct.
Mr. Kavanagh?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. You were answering one of my questions, and then Just a comment for Councilmember Strader. I think it's a great question that you asked. And I think where I developed this being somewhat of a pet peeve of mine is probably in my first and then third year on council. I think we granted a fourth and then maybe even a fifth time extension in my third year. And so we have provided time extensions much longer in length. But to Councilmember Borton's point, that was, with a much different city council than we have today.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
I can weigh in on that, Councilman Strader's question. When I was appointed in '08 and then began serving, elected in '09 for a full term, so that's 5 years. And those years of '08 and '09, '10 were not good years economically. So we cast numerous votes for time extensions for a number of projects, and it was for more than one time extension for several of those projects. Just because of the economy, we knew they wanted to do it, and it just wasn't going to happen at that time. So it's not unusual to have, in my book. In fact, I thought that's the only vote we ever did was time extensions at that time. But it wasn't unusual. So, and I know those are specific economic times, but I look at this, each project, I think it was pointed out, is unique and has situations that people are dealing with that I think we take into consideration. So hope that helps.
Thank you.
Council, any further questions for the applicant? Okay,
Thank you.
this is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to testify in this item?
Mr. Mayor, we did not.
Okay. If there's anyone that'd like to come forward at this time in the room and provide testimony, please do so. And if you're online and the Zoom meeting would like to participate, please use the raise your hand feature at the bottom. Do so. Thank you. If you can say your name and address for the record, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Brian Lubinsky. I am the HOA president of the Sheridan Place to the adjacent property. We do have many concerns as far as the homeowners that do reside in Sheridan Place. They have brought it up many times about the subdivision, the Earl Glen subdivision that's wanting to be put in. The major one is the multi-use sites. We haven't seen nobody in our neighborhood has even seen what these tend to look like or will look like. So we do have, rather big concerns about that. Second, we have also a concern about the access road that is to the north of Earl Glen subdivision and how it's going to tie into the Sheridan Place neighborhood to the east. That as well has not been discussed with the HOA or anybody in the neighborhood as far as granting access to that neighborhood. The third is we have inquired about purchasing the property with the representative, and we would move forward in developing it much quicker than 2 years if allowed. We have also inquired about the property to the north as well, but as far as we have heard, it is not entertaining any offers at this point. So back to the original one, is there anything that can show us what the multifamily development will look like?
We'll have the applicant bring that back up when the time. Do you have any further comments?
We also have one other concern in the far northern, northeastern section of this approved plat. There is a water pump house that is part of Sheridan Place. We'd like to know what the intentions are to go around that area as well, because that pump house is in that plotted section for the subdivision.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, it's
with all due respect, and I understand, sir, that you want some questions answered this evening in regard to a proposed maybe quasi project that's in the future. But with all due respect, tonight we're not debating that. Tonight we're talking about whether or not they're going to receive a time extension to the proposed plat. That's it. So for the sake of time and for the sake of sticking to the agenda, I would propose that we stick to the conversation as to whether or not we should extend this project out another couple of years.
Thank you, Councilman Berndt. This is his time to speak, so he's more than free to ask those questions, and whether or not the applicant addresses them or the council is interested, we'll take that into consideration.
I certainly appreciate your time and don't mean to steer it off course at all. And I do understand what you want to do tonight. We just, as a neighborhood, have concerns and would like to have those answered. Whether it could be Penelope that can answer these questions. We just would like to go back to the homeowners and at least tell them something from this meeting. Thank you for your time.
Council, any further questions?
Mr. Mayor, before Brian sits down, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Levinsky, quick question, real quick.
Councilman Hoagland.
Yeah, just a quick question. So is your HOA willing to look at this project and try to work out, make sure you understand all the details as opposed to just starting new? Is that a position you guys have taken any which way on that?
We have discussed it and we are in favor of, you know, the development. However, we are not in favor of the multifamily units. If it's a single family, yes, multifamily, no. So we have discussed that, and we've also discussed actually wanting to purchase the property and continuing both sections of property into single family use.
Great, thank you. Appreciate that.
Council, any further questions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
I suppose this is a question for Joe. So the applicant, when the multifamily moves forward, will they need to have another public hearing? That I just saw that slide that came up that said approved CUP. Has that been approved and the design would just go before staff at this point?
Councilman Perot, that is correct. Yep, the CUP was approved with the plat. So that's what these extensions are for, the plat and the conditional use permit for the multifamily.
All right.
I did find some of the elevations that were with this application, if that interests the council.
Council, we'll wait. I see Penelope's been gathering some information, but there's no one else in the room wishing to testify, and no one online who has raised their hands to testify. So with that, we'll ask the applicant to come back forward to present closing remarks and any further questions or comments at that time.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Penelope Konstantakis, Post Office Box 405, Boise, Idaho, 83701. I obtained my neighborhood meeting list for generating labels from the city of Meridian. And my understanding is that the HOA was included in that. I'm not sure where the disconnect was. I was there on Saturday morning. I try to do them on Saturday morning when I'm able because it enables the maximum number of people to be able to come. So I scheduled it for Saturday morning. I did have at the neighborhood meeting all the illustrations of plat and elevations that we submitted with the CUP for the multifamily. So I did have those materials with me. I did want to address the question about the pump station. That's a pump station, I believe, is probably owned by Nampa Meridian Irrigation District. And the plat does have a pump station lot designated. It's 1,512 square feet. It's lot 1 of the subdivision plat. And there are several plat notes that without my readers, I can't exactly read them, but we did make an accommodation for the pump station. We understood that Sheridan Place was running off of that pump station, that it would be handled correctly with the development to make sure that everyone still received their water. There was no impediment to the pump station operating correctly. The extension of the extension of the stub road out of Sheridan Place to the west, that wasn't something that the applicant really had any ability to make a decision about. That was an ACHD thing. And obviously a stub street was put there intentionally with the approval of Sheridan Place with the intention of having a connection to the west. So we were just completing what the district required us to do or plan to complete it as a function of the development. It's very commonplace for that to happen. So the multifamily was very muted. We only had it directly adjacent to McMillan Road intentionally and keep the single family the bulk of the site, and that was so that it was consistent and blended with the neighborhood. I would be happy to visit with the HOA at any time. If they want to call me, I can coordinate a Zoom meeting or whatever it takes. I'd be happy to share the information I have with them if that's germane for this discussion. But I don't know what else to tell you. We've covered a lot of territory, and I'm hopeful that we can get one more time extension and keep this plat in play. It's a good design, and it, I think in the end, will benefit the city of Meridian. With that, if there are no questions, I'll excuse myself. Thank you.
Council, any final questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Cavanagh.
not seeing any other questions. I move that we close the public hearing for Earl Grey subdivision TECC-2020-0003.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Joe?
before council gets into their final decision, I just wanted to note that if the application was, or say the plat was, extension was denied tonight, from a planning perspective, the idea that multifamily would not be wanted or desired in this area is a little concerning, only because, as you can see on the aerial, it is a sea of single family for a quarter mile in every direction. And usually when you only have ownership opportunities, that leaves out some of the lower income. So I just want to present that these are not 3-story, 35-foot tall apartment buildings. They are, 2-story townhome style, but they are multifamily 4-plexes and 1 8-plex. So from a planning perspective, it is beneficial to maintain some of that multifamily opportunity. But, from the professional perspective, that's what that is.
It's good.
Thank you, Joe. Council?
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, Councilman Cavanagh.
maybe for some discussion amongst the body before a motion's made. If you would have told me tonight that we would be deliberating a time extension for 45 minutes, I probably would have wagered a hungry onion burger that we wouldn't. It's been good discussion by the body tonight, and I think there's been some good questions raised, particularly by our newer members of the council. So I appreciate the discussion. I'm not sure how the rest of you all feel. As much as I loathe the time extensions, I think it's important that we take any denial, whether it's for a time extension or a denial of an application, seriously. And I think we've done that tonight. I'd be curious to hear how all of you feel, but I haven't heard from me a compelling reason to grant a time extension. And so I guess maybe before I made a motion, I wanted to hear if there was any thoughts or alternative considerations from the council that we should discuss prior to a motion being made. Oh,
Mr. Mayor.
Was that Shader or Perot? I couldn't.
Perot.
Councilman Perot.
I don't know that I have an alternative thought, except that it seems like the applicant's situation or the reasons that are causing them to lead to the delays haven't been resolved. And I'm not interested in knowing their personal situation, really, truly. I feel for them that I doubt they've wanted to extend this to this point. yeah, it doesn't sound like that there really isn't a plan in place at this point to move forward, to move towards completion in short order. And however, it doesn't sound also like they are planning on selling it anytime soon. So we could very well find ourselves, and this is not a reason to approve it, but we very well could find ourselves in a situation where we're having the same discussion, in the next
2 years.
year or less. If they, yeah, well, I mean, if we grant a denial and they have a year, I suppose, or do they wait on the extensions? Are they required to wait a year for a denial, the same as in the original applications, or can they come back with Mr. Neri shaking his head no? So they could come back with another application fairly quickly if they decided to go that route.
So Mr. Ramirez, Council Pro, to answer your question, yeah, they're not barred from reapplying. Obviously, there's a process to go through of public hearing or meetings and all that.
Mr. Neri, we may have lost you.
So to answer the question, there is no time period they have to wait. It would be a new application. They'd have to go through a pre-app process, neighborhood meeting, go through through planning and zoning. And obviously there's a time delay to all of that, but the application can be submitted after a pre-app.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Pro.
Just to finish my thought very quickly, it doesn't sound like that the applicant is planning on selling. I would be hesitant to request them to go through that process all over again to submit the exact same preliminary plat. It doesn't sound like they are planning on making any changes to it, and I'm not sure. And I don't try to appropriately verbalize where my thoughts are in this. There's a lot of unknowns, and we can't make the decision really truly on the point I'm making is we can't make the decision really truly on the applicant's circumstances. It has to be based, in my opinion, on what is best for the city of Meridian, what is best for the residents. I think that's really just, in my opinion, where we are. And I'll leave it at that.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
I feel that it's been too long. I feel that this amount of delay has put the city in a position where things may have changed in terms of how we look at land use decisions. I think that the applicant is not seriously disadvantaged by a denial. They're already zoned for this project. They already have a plat. I don't hear a plan in place to start soon. And I would highly encourage them, if they do bring it back to us, if it were to be denied, to come back with the property to the north. I think would be best if that's possible. We could see the whole thing. That's not the reasoning. I just personally, I feel it's been too long. I did take Councilman Hoagland's point during the Great Recession. Certainly, we did this, and I think the mindset then might have been different. But from where I'm sitting, with the amount of growth that we have, how fast things are changing and evolving, our open space standards are changing, possibly parking standards may be changing. I personally am leaning toward a denial.
Mr. Mayor. Councilman Hoagland.
I just wanted to chime in. I just see it differently. The perspective that I do think this is a case where you look at personal situations. We're not talking about a corporate developer here. We're talking about people who've lived in Meridian for a long time. They do developments, they take properties, and in this case, properties that mean something to them, and try to put in place a good development that, and then they move on to the next one where they've purchased property and are doing some things. They're not buying up, 600, acres at a time and doing major development. So to me, I see personal situations and circumstances here that do come into play, because we're not talking about this major corporation, and that is entirely different. And so to me, COVID and family situations, where it prevents some things. I'm leaning towards more of if we give them a year to see what can happen, it gives them time. If they do want to sell, they could probably do it. And if Councilman Kavanagh said, no, 2 years is great, I could probably go to that, but I'm just leaning towards giving them some time to decide what do they want to do? Are they moving forward? How are they going to move forward? Or are they going to do something different? And like I said earlier, not changing, there's not been a change in zoning. It meets all our comprehensive plan requirements. Roads are there because of ACHD and how they're laid out from the Sheridan Place development to this place. We aren't going to be changing that. We do want to have mixed use in areas, and so it meets all the goals of our community. So I see nothing to be gained by denying that over in a great amount of benefit. So I can go with the time extension.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Strader.
I appreciated you saying that. I think a year, I could wrap my head around that. If the council had consensus, I think the most important thing is for us to be on the same page about how we handle endless extensions. And if how we all felt like handling it was going to move toward a consistent place of, if we feel like it's been too long, people get a year. Not that that's a rule, but if I can get on board with that, if that creates consensus with the council.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
I was leaning the other direction. I believe that Council Member Hogan's is a great salesman. He's switched me over to the other side. As soon as he said local, he got me with it. So I agree. I don't think a year is going to be that big of a deal. Great points, Councilman Hoagland. I'm in favor of a year extension.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Certainly, if a motion's made to extend it for a year, I won't oppose that. I just think it's an important reminder that it's already been extended a year once. It's already been extended 2 years once. So this will be a second 1-year extension for a total of 4 years. Every time this thing gets extended, that's time that our staff, the clerk, city council has to devote to this. And I appreciate, I think where Mr. Hogan's trying to get, frankly, that's where I was trying to get from the get-go. I just didn't hear any confidence from the applicant that they're not going to be back here a year from now asking for another extension. So as long as we're comfortable that that's the fact, is that a year from now, the council will likely hear another time request. I'm supportive. I think we need to be prepared for what we're going to be seeing.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burr.
Maybe whoever's making that motion can say that this is the last one.
We can't.
Well, Mr. Mayor, if I might
Councilman Hoagland.
speak to that, I agree, Councilman Kavanagh. This is granting them that one last extension, and there'll be definitely 3 of us, and I suspect even more here a year from now that will be serving on this council, and we're well aware of the situation and the testimony that's gone on, and I think the applicant can be assured that there would be a probably a unanimous decision not to grant that extension if they come back in the future.
So with that in mind, Councilman Hoagland, would this council consider a 10-month time extension? So it is this council that will definitely be the ones hearing this conversation a year from now, and not, I'm not going to take anything for granted with the election's outcomes or people's decisions that occur. Just food for thought.
Mr. Mayor, I'm chewing on that thought, so.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavanagh.
Maybe a thought for whoever may make the motion. I don't think it's entirely appropriate that we base a decision for at least the time extension on who will or won't be here 10 months from now, a year from now, 5 years from now. If the consensus is around a year, let's go for a year. If we don't think that a year is appropriate, then let's just move forth with a denial or a 2-year extension. I don't think that we need to build a plan necessarily around this particular body and who will or won't be here a year from now.
Councilman Bort.
Mr. Mayor, is the public hearing's closed, correct?
Correct.
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion that we grant a 1-year time extension for TECC 2020-0003 for the reasons discussed by council in this recent exchange.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Hoagland.
no, this is in the staff report, but that would require all previous conditions of approval are included in that. Is that your understanding, Mr. Borton?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
correct. The motion of approval for the 1-year extension would include the conditions and language as set forth in the staff report of January 19th, 2021.
Second agrees.
Second agrees. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Rowe,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you very much for everyone. Okay. Next item is a public hearing for, I can never get that. Cache Creek? Cache Creek? Cache Creek. Subdivision H 2020-0105. We'll open this public hearing with staff comments and recognize Alan.
Can you hear me, council?
Yes, we can, Alan, faintly.
Great. Oh, let's try it again. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, can you see my presentation?
Yes.
Okay, good evening, council.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilwoman Pro.
forgive me, but Alan, your presentation is not in full view. It's, I don't know if you just don't have. Yes.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
better.
Sorry, it's sometimes hard to get all this coordinated. Thank you very much, council person. So this is the Cache Creek subdivision. It's an annexation, zoning, and preliminary plat to allow 41 building lots and 4 common lots. The site is about 14 acres of land. It's presently zoned RUT. It's located at 1560 West Victory Road and 2955 South Locust Grove. That's the northwest corner of South Locust Grove and East Victory Road. To the north is zone residential 4 with single family residential. To the south is RUT within the county. To the east is R8 and R4 single family residential. And to the west is zoned R4. The next slide here is to show you what the future upcoming improvements are. There's going to be widening of Locust Grove in 2022. There's going to be widening of East Victory in 2025. You can't see it very well, but right where it says Victory, that blue circle there, that is going to be a roundabout. You can also see where the schools are in relation to this. The future land use map recommends this property for low density residential, which would be less than 3 dwelling units per acre. Again, this includes annexation, zoning, and planning to allow 41 building lots and 4 common lots. It's not, there we go. Property presently contains 2 existing homes. There is a home down at the south, although it's not shown here. You can see it on this one. That home is going away. There is an existing home that is up here at the northeast corner. That home will be part of this development. There'll be 2 accesses to the property. Each access will, the first access, hopefully you can see my cursor, is East Loggins Pass, which is up here. The second access is East Sagemore Street, which is here. Both of these will go into the Cabela Creek subdivision, which has already been stubbed, and they will connect to South Bailey Road, which is off screen, but it's basically down here. And it's up, you can see South Bailey here. And South Bailey will then connect to Victory or South Locust Grove. Within this subdivision, it is in general a loop road, as you can see here. South Locust Grove, as I said, both of these are going to be expanded in the future. South Locust Grove currently has 2 lanes and no curb, gutter, or sidewalk. East Victory has 2 lanes with no curb, gutter, or sidewalk as well. Both of these are proposed to be widened. And as I said, there'll be a roundabout that's proposed in 2022. Sufficient right-of-way presently exists for both of these roads. However, the applicant will be required to dedicate additional right-of-way for the roundabout at East Victory and South Locust Grove. Because both of these roads are due to be constructed in the next 5 years, instead, ACHD has requested that the applicant pay $38,425 into a road trust deposit, and this road would be used by ACHD at a later date to construct sidewalks when they do this road construction. 5-foot detached sidewalks are proposed on both sides of all streets. I think you can see it better in the color plan that is up there. There is a pedestrian connection from the sidewalk into Common Lot 3. Common Lot 3 would be this big lot here. There's also a pathway along a detention pond at the southwest. It includes 2 amenities and approximately 16% open space. There's 2 regional pathways in this area. The first regional pathway parallels 10 Mile Creek, which way down here, if you can see it, the color southwest, hopefully you can see my cursor. That's the pathway along 10 Mile Creek. There is another pathway that runs along 8 Mile. It's off screen here. If you can see here on Locust Grove, there's a pathway that connects into South Locust Grove here. When this went to the Planning Commission, so originally there was, staff believed that there needed to be a mid-block connection, and that had not been incorporated when this went to the Planning Commission. That was one of our recommendations to the Planning Commission, that there be a mid-block connection. The Planning Commission agreed with us. The applicant did not have an issue with that. Since this time, that's been provided. That's what you can see here. So this mid-block connection, you'd be able to come up the 8 Mile pathway, come through this mid-block connection to the central, then you could come down the sidewalk. There's a way out on this pedestrian. So basically it's a shortcut. If you're coming down South Locust Grove, you can get over to 10 Mile Creek. You don't have to go all the way down to the corner and then turn left. Although the minimum required square footage of qualified common open space is satisfied, the arterial buffer along South Locust Grove, which is, I'll kind of move slowly here, does not meet all of it. There's kind of a pinch point here. At some point, I believe, and the applicant will probably correct me, I think it's between 11 and 12 feet wide at the narrowest. And then to the north up here, it's 22. And again, the landscape buffer is required to be 25 feet. The applicant noted that this existing house and the widening of South Locust Grove, it's not feasible. And the reason why is because there's 5 accesses right now directly to South Locust Grove. All those accesses are being cut off. And 2 accesses that are right now allowed for this are going to be internal. So in order to have enough room for them to get into this driveway and around to the house into the garage, they don't have enough room to expand that buffer. Staff didn't have a strong opinion of this at the time of Planning Commission because we hadn't really heard a good argument in regard to that. One of our recommendations at the time was that the applicant present the information that we needed for alternative compliance to allow this reduction in the buffer. The Planning Commission agreed with staff on this. Since this time, the applicant did give us sufficient information to support this, and the planning director did approve alternative compliance to allow this reduced buffer. The last thing I'd mention, kind of a small point, is that the original landscape plan was missing a piece of the lot down here, which is where the 10 Mile Creek is. It's a major significant pathway. Staff had some concerns with that not being shown on the plat. We also weren't sure how they were addressing the creek. There's much information in our comprehensive plan and in our development code that talks about preserving waterways. We wanted to make sure that they incorporated something into that pathway. The Planning Commission agreed with that. They met us halfway with the applicant, and they made a recommendation that the applicant landscape that with grass. I believe that the applicant is in agreement with that. With that, the applicant is in agreement and or has made all of the recommendations that staff has recommended and the Planning Commission. Staff's received 4 different letters. 2 of them are from, or excuse me, 3 of them are from adjacent property owners. One of them is from the president of the Capella Creek Homeowners Association. In general, the biggest issue is the access. Again, there's 2 stubs that go into the Cabela Creek subdivision right now. The homeowners don't want to see that access coming into their subdivision. They want to see the access instead come off of South Locust Grove. One recommendation was for them to line up with East Sage Moore over here and make a new connection in. ACHD is not in support of that. It does not meet their spacing requirements. ACHD also noted that there is already 2 stubs that have been there that were required, that have been anticipated for eventual traffic into that subdivision. With that, I think that that concludes my presentation, and I'll take any questions or comments.
Thank you, Alan. Council, any questions for staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Alan, appreciate the report. If I recall, during the Planning and Zoning Commission, they discussed that I think at the stub at Loggers Pass was signed, future extension planned here. Do you know, does that also exist at the other stub?
I can't answer that with surety, Councilperson. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Councilman Pro.
Thank you. Alan, I noticed in the file that there was some email communication with ACHD regarding the questions from the Homeowners Association for Cabela Creek and the concerning specifically the amount of traffic that would be coming through and whether it meets like if the street widths and the existing streets would meet the demand for the new residences. Is there any other information you can share with us in regard to that? I mean, I don't know if there were any phone calls that were had with ACHD. Is all the information regarding communication that was provided back to the Homeowners Association with ACHD, do we have all of that in the file, or is there anything else you might want to add or enlighten us on?
No, ma'am. Everything in regard to ACHD is in the project file. ACHD basically said they had 2 issues. The first was the intersection spacing, and the second was the amount of traffic, as you said, to warrant having a new road. ACHD's, I believe they said that they needed to have at least 2,000 trips per day in order to look at possibly foregoing the policy of not having direct access off of South Locust Grove. And in their case, the development is to provide a whole lot less than that. So ACHD cannot justify cutting off that access and creating a new point off of South Locust Grove. But everything that we have, you have, ma'am.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up.
Councilman Pro.
So Joe, to help me understand, is that 2,000 trips including Cabela Creek plus Cache Creek, or is that 2,000 trips that Cache Creek would have to create?
That would be incremental, so that would be this particular development. It's not cumulative.
Okay. Thank you.
Council, any further questions for staff at this time? Okay. With that, we'll ask the applicant to please. I think they're on. I just got to expand my. There's Mr. Schultz. If you could state your name and address for the record and be recognized for 15 minutes.
Hello, Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile. Here on behalf of Challenger Development. Need to get this shadow out of my face a little bit. Ooh, it's a little bright. Good to be here. It's been last summer. We last saw you. I had a double that night. I got a double tonight. Obviously, I love R4 in South Meridian. I've been down here for 20 years, and R4, when we looked at the roundabout going in next year, which is quite imminent for an ACHD project, not 5 or 10 years out, when we saw that and saw the accesses, we really, this needed to be R4, needed to be an expansion of Cabela Creek, which was done back in, I think right after we came out of the downturn as an R4 subdivision, low density, bigger lots. We missed a pretty obvious pathway connection that your staff caught, that we made the revision to add in between actually right before P&Z, and then updated everything before your hearing here tonight, showing that pathway connection. We did coordinate with ACHD on that roundabout. You can see how there's some curve to our south boundary. Everything's perfectly coordinated on there. They call them 99% plans right now. We did set aside that southwest big green space for them. They had previously shown a long, narrow, no man's land drainage area on our west boundary prior to them knowing the development was coming in, which they fence off and they grow weeds and are quite ugly. So we said, no, this is a better spot for it. It's grass, it's landscape, it's a Meridian standards. We're willing to take that at whatever level's fair. But it is their drainage that is set aside for, with the pathway put through it for us. But it is the drainage for their roundabout project, which includes some distance going each direction away from there, widening the road. They're putting in a new box culvert there at the creek, which already does have a 10-foot pathway on the south side, put in with Cabela Creek, and the north side is Nampa Meridian's access road. And we did not clearly show that to be a common lot in our plat in their first submittal. So we did that on this one, that it is a common lot. We can't really do anything in it because there's just a little ditch bank on the one side and a little ditch bank and an access road on the other side. And it's just kind of a no man's land, but we are responsible as the HOA to take care of that and own it. Although ACHD and Nampa Meridian will have their facilities in there. The kind of quirks with this one is the existing house. They always present interesting geometric issues with setbacks and how access is going to get changed to delete, I believe, 3 accesses that they have for that house, and then take access from the rear. The way it's separated, we needed 2, one on the north to get to their garages, and then one to their shops, and then one on the south to get to the garage and do the geometry. We did have to go down to a 12-foot minimum, and then 22 on the north just to line up with the existing landscape buffer to the north. Everywhere else is 25 feet. In fact, it's a little bit more than 25 feet. Part of our justification was that we, from a square footage standpoint, we actually have more than a 25-foot average overall. And it would be safer if we could narrow this down. Nice fence up, nice landscaping, and it won't be a detriment to the neighborhood to have a reduction just in this one spot. And Director Ariel did approve that. Other than that, it's R4. I love R4. Bigger lots. Nobody usually gets bent out of shape about R4. I don't even think about R8. It's going to be a comp plan amendment, 1, because it's low density on the comp plan, and 2, due to the access, it just needs to be an expansion of Cabela Creek, and we're gonna have great amenities, centralized. The geometry lays out to a really just nicely flowing loop with a nice central open space, connected pathways. What else do we need? I like it. It's good. I'm proud of it. I think it worked out well, and I think it's going to be an improvement to the access in the neighborhood to get that roundabout in, and we're perfectly coordinated with it. So we do agree with all staff's conditions of approval. We have the director on approval in hand for reduced setback. There's 2 little things I ask for your consideration. 1, to make a specific recommendation, and that's where the grass came from that Alan brought up. P&Z made a specific recommendation that ACHD actually grass and landscape that drainage area in the southwest corner. I don't know if you've noticed, but on some of these major arterials, they'll just fence them off, and they'll be like sterilized dirt. And that's not the look we're going for here. They are going to buy the property from us, or take however they want to do it. They're going to get it. We just like the specific recommendation that it to be landscaped to the Meridian standards. That's all. And we're willing to participate in that. And secondly, maybe this is a private issue, but I always find it to be something that would be nice to get in the development agreement, is that we agreed to make the homes adjacent to the Carringtons, lots 21 to 24, block 2, to be a single story. And if that's in the development agreement, it's just there forever. So if I'm gone, everybody remembers, and it's in there to move forward under. So with that, I ask for your approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilwoman Schrader.
Just Matt, if you could repeat which lots that you had just mentioned would be limited to single story, please.
Yeah, it's lots 21 through 24, block 2. They're directly southwest of the big Carrington lot.
Mr. Mayor.
Schrader.
Perfect suggestion. That seems like it would make it work better for everybody. Appreciate that.
Yep, thanks.
Mr. Mayor,
Von Borton.
just briefly, this is a little different than the bum puzzle from a time.
A little bit.
Councilman Borton, we lost you if you're speaking.
Got to charge your iPad.
You're in the dark. There he is.
All right, are we back?
Back, we can hear you. Okay.
Weird. Sorry about that. It froze. The only question I had was with that southwest corner and the landscaping in that ACHD retention area. And correct me if I didn't hear this right. Property will be ultimately transferred to ACHD ownership, but the condition would be that the applicant green it up and landscape it to Meridian standards. Is that right?
Working with ACHD. Thank you, Mayor, Councilman Borton. It's kind of an odd deal. I haven't ran into the situation where I have an ACHD drainage facility on our property going at the same time. You know, usually we're really early or really late. So it's a unique situation that I haven't ran into. Typically with our drainage areas that are for our roads, and we maintain them. ACHD has an easement over them. We landscape them. We build them to their standards, and we're done. This is a little bit different situation where I believe they're going to acquire it because it's for the regional drainage. It's not for our subdivision specifically. I believe they're going to own it, but I may be wrong. We could certainly own and maintain it as the HOA, and we might even prefer that. We just haven't really worked the details out of. We've just told them recently, hey, this needs to go here, not this little narrow no man's land on the other side. So we're going to take this hearing tonight, move forward, and work out the details of how that's going to be taken care of. But whoever takes care of it, we'd love to take care of it. Whoever installs it, we'd like it to be a requirement that it be installed to the City of Meridian's landscape standards for drainage facilities, which you have some newer specific requirements for those. And we want to participate in that. We think it'd be a demonstration of how ACHD and developers can work together and still end up with a nice landscape facility instead of a fenced off no man's land.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Borton.
To that point, maybe at the tail end, we can circle back. The best way to do that, if I agree 100% that ideally the HOA would be able to, it would be designed to Meridian's landscape standards, greened up, and the HOA would be required to maintain it in perpetuity going forward, granting ACHD the easement rights to utilize it.
Right.
The question might be if it were to be transferred to ACHD, if there's some way to encumber it in perpetuity so they would take it subject to that requirement. Either way, I think you're spot on.
Right. Yeah, it's a unique situation. We're open to whatever willing to participate in that cost of landscaping it up. We just don't want them to take a, hey, look, zero cost increase to us. We're just going to fence it off and go spray herbicide on it every couple of years.
Yep.
Mr. Mayor.
Plum Pro.
Matt, good to see you. Hi there. So wondering one question and one comment, wondering if you had had a chance to chat with any of the residents in Cabela Creek that had submitted public testimony. And then also to Councilman Borton's point, I actually live in a neighborhood where there was a drainage area that was very nicely maintained by the HOA. ACHD, for whatever reason, came in and wanted to take ownership of it after, our subdivision was built. HOA had been maintaining it for a few years. I don't know why ACHD decided they wanted to take ownership of it, and now it's a mess. And it's in an area where a lot of children go, and they've left it to be a situation where now the HOA is just trying to keep people safe, honestly. So hopefully you can work that out with them, that the HOA maintains it. But yes, if you would please answer the question regarding any communication you might have had with the individuals who submitted written testimony.
Yes, Mayor and Councilwoman Peralt. At the neighborhood meeting, the president did show up, and actually he was like 100% supportive. Can you join our HOA? Can we share HOAs? I was like, well, we'll talk about it. You never know, but there was no discussion of the access points at that point. I think he got some pushback since then from some of the neighbors, especially some of them that live right on those stub streets. That did provide testimony at the last hearing. It's one of these stub streets never make anybody happy to be extended that live there. It's been a stub street for 10 years. It's been a nice field, but the intent of even putting it there was that it would be connected in the future with development to allow pedestrian and vehicular access. And even if we did put another access out to Locust Grove Road, I've never seen ACHD cut one of these things off, ever. They go through, they're meant to disperse traffic, kind of filter it out. And to your question about traffic studies and demands, typically they look at each home generating 10 trips per house per day. Delivery trucks going to school, work, whatever. So in this case, we'd have 410 trips. I think Cabela Creek is about another 40, 45. We're pretty equal in size. So we're under 100 total. We're under 1,000. 1,000 is what usually triggers the first discussions about collect roads and no on-front housing and all that. But we've got great dispersion on Bailey, both north and south. And then on the other side of Cabela Creek, I think it's Mesa Way that connects north and south, at least south to Victory. So there's good dispersion of traffic. There's no overloads of any of the streets. And that's where ACHE is coming from. Low density combined to low density never usually yields, a collector requirement, which is where we're at. So I had not talked directly. I did get a letter from one of the neighbors after P&Z expressing her displeasure with how the P&Z meeting went when we talked about how those stub streets get extended. We'll be good neighbors. We have big lots, 10,000 square foot lots abutting there. So it's a hard discussion to have, but it's just kind of how things happen. So that's all.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Burnt.
Matt, if you could please just refresh my memory. I don't remember. I think I read this in the staff report. Is there a shack near this property or on this property?
Is there a what? Excuse me?
A shack or a big house that needs to get removed?
Yeah. If Alan, can you put up that preliminary plat again, please? The black and white one that kind of shows an outline. Thank you. Yeah, there's a house right on the corner down by the roundabout. You can kind of see the rectangle down there. There's actually a little label that says existing house and outbuildings to be removed there in the corner. And then further west of that, there's a, I don't know if it's an old barn, little barn shed shack thing, corral west of that between there and Cabela Creek that's going to get removed. And other than that, the site's pretty clean. The Carrington's house is going to stay essentially where they have it fenced off right now. There's a fence going diagonal right there. So that's where it's going to get developed up to, and the rest of it's pasture. So yeah, that's all. We're going to remove that structure in the sheds and leave the Carringtons.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cavanagh.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Matt, good hire by your client. They're lucky to have you. Appreciate you being straightforward and bringing good recommendations as part of your narrative. A couple of questions based on your testimony and dovetailing on a couple of questions from council. First, I assume both of those stubs are marked future roadway extensions. So this isn't any surprise for any of the residents that live over there.
Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh, I did not look specifically at those. All these stub streets at one point have a sign that's put up that says Stub Street to be extended in the future. Now, whether those get taken down along the way, that has happened before in the history of these things. And I didn't know that was going to be extended. Well, the sign was there at one point. So I can't say for sure that I've seen the signs on both of them. I have, but I didn't specifically look at it. But we're required to put them up all of our studies, that sign, for this specific purpose.
Okay, fair enough. So the second one's kind of a sideways question. So I think that your client does a good job of greening space up and really maintaining everything during the development and the sales phase. But I get pretty significant feedback from residents of those types of neighborhoods that feel after the sales process is complete, there isn't necessarily a fund of HOA dues that remain for the ongoing maintenance. And it kind of creates a scenario where things start really great, all the lots and homes are sold, and there's nothing available. And they almost have to rebuild up, kind of some HOA funds to maintain it. They always feel like they're working in the rears. So especially where we're talking about kind of a piece of ground that could go to ACHD that's greened up to our standards. Have you had any conversations with your clients about the approach that you all can take to reduce at least that perception from happening? Or are there any suggestions for us as council to condition so that what I don't think is intended, but sounds like is occurring at least in some developments throughout Meridian?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, Councilman Cavanagh. Appreciate the feedback. I'll get these approved, get them all built, and then I go on to the next one. And every once in a while, I'll drive through a subdivision and I'll make a phone call or send an email and say, hey, there's a dry spot there. You might want to call your maintenance guy or whatever. It's kind of the nature of the beast on a lot of these things. Sometimes it takes them a little bit to the maintenance guys to figure out how to best do that particular site. And there's at any given time, there might be a dry spot here or there or a dead tree. And then you make the phone call and the tree gets replaced and they fix that zone or they replace that battery in the time clock or the nature of maintenance. So I do appreciate it. I will definitely pass on that there is that perception. I know they work with independent HOA maintenance management companies that run these. They collect dues at closing so that they are funded. And then if there is any shortfall, say, for instance, it was a very slow moving subdivision, but you had a lot of perimeter landscaping, the developer kicks in to pay for that until that critical mass of number of homes has contributed to the HOA. And that's just being a developer. That's what we do sometimes. I mean, these days, these things are selling so quickly that the HOA isn't coming to us saying, hey, we need money, because they've gotten it through their closings. And they actually get double. They usually get a setup fee plus the first year's dues, so they get a little extra. So I'll definitely pass that on. And I'm cognizant of it. I have reputations. I want to be responsible for good projects and in all areas of Meridian. For sure, and it's something that I I think it's a little bit of a misperception that somehow the owner isn't collecting enough. I would put the blame on the HOA management company not making sure their maintenance guys are taking care of some dry spots.
Right.
You know, I know that happens because they're managing, you know, thousands of lots, but
Sure.
it's certainly something that I'm sensitive to as well.
And Mr. Mayor, if I may,
Councilman Kavanaugh.
and Matt, certainly, I mean, I love that we've got an R4 on this corner. I think it complements the existing neighborhood fairly well. It's just one of those things that when you hear that feedback from enough people, you start to think, well, is that a perception issue, or is that a reality that's being articulated, asking us as council to not let future developments to come in and make those same mistakes? And frankly, I don't know what the answer is. And I think because you're a straight shooter and an honest broker, that if you had ideas, I would feel comfortable and confident that you would share those suggestions. And frankly, I'd rather hear some of those suggestions from you and your client than council sit around a table and wax poetic about what we think is best.
Oh, and I appreciate that feedback. And I know I'm going to have a pretty blunt conversation with my client about what we're talking about right now, that, you know, maybe we need to hire an additional, you know, management company so they're not spread too thin. Maybe that's what's going on. I don't know, but, you know, some of these maintenance companies pay more attention than others. And so it's an issue that is certainly relevant and to be, but I do believe the HOAs are adequately funded. I believe that's a misperception.
Okay.
And I think it's just more of a management than funding.
All right. Thanks, Matt. Appreciate your
Yeah.
feedback.
Yeah.
Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Neri.
Just for the discussion, as Councilman Kavanaugh asked the question, and looking at Google Earth from 2012, which is the last time the Google car must have drove down this street, but on Bailey Street, there are two stub roads that connect to this property, and both of them are signed, at least in the photos that are on Google Earth today.
Thanks, Mr. Neri. I didn't want to go Google searching on my own. Appreciate you doing that, add that to the public record.
Council, any further questions for the applicant? Okay, thank you very much. This is a public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have anyone sign up to provide testimony on this item?
Mr. Mayor, no one signed up in advance, but the Shaners are online and have raised their hand, so I'll bring them in.
Okay. If you could state your name and address for the record, you'll be recognized for 3 minutes. And there you go, you've unmuted.
Oh, you mean to start again?
Yep.
Oh, sorry.
We can hear you now, and we'll go ahead and start. If you can state your name and address for the record.
Right. Eric Shaner, 1488 East Lake Creek Street, Meridian, Idaho, 83642. We live in the next subdivision over the Salmon Rapids subdivision. And we live to the north, and we live on that access out to Locust Grove. We've lived here just shy of about 15 years, and the traffic has continually, gotten worse and worse and worse over the years, especially out onto Locust Grove. It's been a little bit less because of COVID, but I guess the point is that reading the report, the Locust Grove was supposed to be improved in 2020, and it wasn't. And the roundabout's supposed to be in 2022, and I doubt that'll happen on time. And the amount of congestion and traffic out from East Lake Creek Street onto Locust Grove is a great concern. There's a lot of children that play in the area. Excuse me. And also, we're an older subdivision, and the homes abut right onto the closest homes in the subdivision, abut right onto Locust Grove, and there's no buffer like there is from Bailey Way onto Victory Road. And so we had submitted our comments, but none of the discussion tonight has really focused on the comments that we submitted. And that was to delay the project until those improvements on Locust Grove could take place. So there would be a reasonable access to turn right and take that roundabout and come back instead of making that left turn. And the other issue is that also with our older subdivision, we didn't have any open spaces / parks. And so taking this area out is disheartening, especially when there's been no replacement by the city for us to have parks and open spaces. But we really appreciate the changes that were made for the original plat and that were submitted to planning and zoning. And we want those to be accepted. I think it's great. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Council, any questions?
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Strader.
Not necessarily a question, but maybe more of a comment. I appreciate you stating your perspective, and I think we share your frustration when these road projects are delayed as well. Hopefully with some new ACHD commissioners, we'll start to see better funding and better momentum, I hope, at least on some of these projects. So I appreciated the comment.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Kavner.
I know Miranda's not on it. I guess just for Mr. Shaner to respond to your concern, and frankly, I live just down the street from you, so your concern is somewhat my concern, particularly about Locust Grove. That is a project that's on a high priority of our Transportation Commission. I think it's a high priority for the mayor and council. It's a really high priority for me. So I think there's a lot of eyes on that particular project and an ongoing communication with ACHD to not have that project be delayed further. Appreciate you shining a light on that. Like I said, I think it's something that's top of mind for a lot of us.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
We have someone from ACHD on that could kind of speak to the Locust Grove expansion and the time frame.
Yes, we do. We have Christy Inselman on. Mr. Clerk, I think she is not been brought in. I see the name in, but I also see it out.
She's in where she can unmute. If she'd like to be on camera, we can move her in, but I, by default, make her unmuted at the beginning of every meeting so she can interject when requested.
Mayor, this is Christy Inselman. I am on the call if you have any questions for me. I will speak just briefly to that intersection at Locust Grove and Victory, right?
Yep.
Sorry, I went the wrong direction on my map. Yes, that project is in funded years, so it is currently in the plan. So our 5-year work plan details the projects we anticipate completing over the next 5 years. The first 2 are directly funded by our budget, and that is in there. So that's actually scheduled for construction in 22 to 23. So it'll start our fiscal years run off October to September. So fiscal year 22 starts next year in October.
Mr. Mayor, she answered the question that I had. So thank you, Christy.
Mr. Mayor.
And from a practical standpoint, I know that the practical thing that they're doing is finishing up the mile on Eagle, coming back over and doing the mile on Locust Grove, and when that's done, going back and doing another mile on Eagle. So there's a conscious effort to make these road improvements and keep them moving forward, because then those delays can push everything. Councilwoman Schrader.
Maybe just a follow up for Christy, and maybe I'm just being dense and I need to be hit over the head with it. So just to clarify, if you could clarify, was that the timing for both the roundabout and the Locust Grove improvement, or is Locust Grove widening still expected in 2021? That's what I wrote down. If you could just explain, and then are you stating that ACHD has fully funded or has a budget that has fully funded these projects, so we wouldn't expect a delay?
Mr. Mayor, Councilwoman Strader, that is correct. So we do have the Locust Grove Victory to Overland Road segment to be widened to 5 lanes, and that was designed in 2019. We're finishing up right-of-way acquisition, and that one is scheduled for construction in 22. And the same would go for our the roundabout there at Victory and Locust Grove. So it was designed in 19, right-of-way is finishing up, and it is construction in 22. So yes, they are both in funded years, and so I would not anticipate either one of those moving at all once we get them into a funded year.
Mr. Mayor, a follow-up for the applicant.
Councilman Schrader.
Matt, could you outline your likely timing of when you would expect these lots would be delivered to the market?
Absolutely. Thank you, Mayor and Councilwoman Strader. Given our frames right now and approvals and engineering times, we might get it done this year. I'd say the latest we have this done would be say May of 2022. I know I have been contacted AC as a developer's representative, relocating a gas facility, and we're setting aside funds for the sidewalk, so I know it's imminent. I have seen both sets of plans, one being the roundabout, one being the stretch going north. I thought the roundabout was going first, and then the stretch going north was going to kind of tail behind it, a year or two behind. But the way I understand it now is they're going to go simultaneously or bam, bam. And so I think the timing, we're going to be building about maybe a little bit before they get it done. But we're going to do all of our landscaping up to the back of sidewalk, and then they'll do the sidewalk, and it should be coordinated pretty well. That's the intent.
Mr. Mayor.
Before we go into further questions, I just want to make sure there's no one else who's wishes to testify on this item. Mr. Clerk, we don't have anybody else in the waiting room.
Mr. Mayor, we do not.
Okay. I mean, technically, we are at the applicant's final comments. So, Mr. Schultz, if you wouldn't mind making any final comments, and it sounds like it'll probably be just further council questions after that, if there's anything else you'd like to add.
No, I think my final comments were going to be to Mr. Shaner's questions and timing, and I think the discussion with Christie and Councilwoman Strader kind of clarified all that. So with that, I'll stand for any more questions.
Councilwoman Strader.
That's okay. I think I'm good. I just wanted to make sure, but it sounded like the most likely outcome is a delay of less than 1 year, from what I could gather, between when ACHD is going to complete these projects and when the applicant is delivering them.
Correct.
Council, any further questions or comments for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Holguin.
the only thing I'm kind of a little fuzzy on is how we want to handle the landscaped, grass and landscaped ACHD / development overflow facility that needs to be built. So I'm not sure what a recommendation, the best recommendation would be on something like that. So that's kind of interesting. I think I'd prefer to see it maintained within the developer's hands to keep greened up. Also aware of Councilman Kavanaugh's discussion and concerns, but as opposed to ACHD, we have one of those at our corner, and for the longest time it wasn't even fenced, and it was just basically a bomb crater, and it's now fenced. It doesn't look any better really. So have the homeowners be able to have more say in making sure that is greened up and appropriate for their area is kind of the direction I'd like to go, but I'm not sure how we go about doing that. So
maybe Mr. Neri, two questions directly is ACHD subject to any of our any code enforcement or otherwise if they become the owners of it? I know we cannot determine who should be the owner of it. They will decide that.
So, Mr. Members, the council, as diplomatically as I can say this, yes, I believe they are. They don't necessarily agree with me. I do think it is important that it does be maintained appropriately, and whether or not it's maintained by the HOA. I mean, as Mr. Schultz has stated, I mean, they can work that out. If they're willing to do it, ACHG normally will take the heavy maintenance burden of these things for that longer term, kind of cleaning it out, mucking out these things, but the short-term stuff, they're fine with other people maintaining it, so they don't have to. So they've generally been accepting to do that, but if it's fully on them, they generally don't comply with that. So whatever conditions and language you'd like us to add to the development agreement that the developer is agreeable to, and that the HOA is willing to at least agree to in the DA, whether or not they can work that out with ACHD is again an unknown.
Mr. Mayor,
Got that, Councilman Hoagland?
if I might, I know Christie cannot, speak for the commission in terms of committing them to a course of action, but Christie, you've heard the discussion. Are you able to help reinforce or send the message of what our intent is with this development and ACHD's cooperation with the development to keep that as a green space? I'm just completely understanding from our perspective that ACHD needs this facility and we understand the need, but we just want to make sure it looks nice, and if you can convey to them that we'd appreciate their cooperation with Matt and his team in making sure that that is taken care of.
Mr. Mayor, absolutely. I'm more than happy to convey that to the project team with regards to that facility. And typically, I think as your staff alluded to, we're never adverse to the developer improving that area as long as it does not impact the integrity of the actual drainage system itself. And if they are willing to maintain that, typically we are fine with that. We have license agreements that we enter into with a multitude of developers on this type of situation. So I will be happy to convey that to the group. I can't speak for them, but I can say typically we would allow that if they agree to maintain it.
Mr. Mayor, Christie, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Council, any further questions for the applicant, comments for the general good of the order, or motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Borton.
I'll try and make a comment before I freeze up. Matt, I think it's a great project in this space. Appreciate the R4. I think it's designed well. I think you've hit the mark on all of the issues. I think the idea of limiting the height on those 4 lots seems to be appropriate in the circumstances you've suggested. And I would suggest that the DA include a provision that the applicant's going to green up and landscape that southwest portion that will be utilized by ACHD, that it's an HOA obligation to maintain it in perpetuity. That's part of the DA. If things down the road change and ACHD is going to take it over somehow, you might have a DA modification to accommodate that. You might not ever need to. And ACHD is a good partner, and it sounds like they very well may be willing to accommodate the HOA, maintaining it, just so long as it doesn't interfere with their use. So everyone seems to be on the same page. But for the purpose of the DA, it would include the provision that I think the staff report has, is that the HOA would maintain that landscaped green area going forward. So with those comments, I think you've done a great job and it's a great project.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
if it's the appropriate time, I would move that we close the public hearing.
This would be the appropriate time. Is there a second?
Second.
I have a motion, a second to close the public hearing. Any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Schrader.
Along those lines, I would move, after considering all staff, applicant, and public testimony, to approve file number H 2020-0105 as presented in the staff report for the hearing date of January 19th, 2021, with the following modifications. That the southwest corner landscaping be landscaped to Meridian's standard for drainage facilities, and that landscaping become an HOA obligation. And in addition, that the home lots 21 to 24 block 2 be limited to single story.
Second.
Motion is second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Rowe,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland,
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Council will take a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 8:15. right, council, we'll go ahead and call us back in from recess, 8:15. And I will open item 3, a public hearing for Daphne Square subdivision, H 2020-0101 with staff comments. And Alan, it's back to you.
Did my screen work this time, council people?
Looks good, Alan.
All right, thank you. Okay, this is an annexation zoning and preliminary plat to allow 30 building lots and 3 common lots. Property is just slightly less than 5 acres, presently zoned RUT in unincorporated county, located at 4700 West McMillian at the northeast corner of North Black Cat and West McMillan. North is zoned R8 with single family residential. That's the Brody Square subdivision that was just recently approved. To the south is zoned RUT, and east as well, RUT, both within unincorporated Ada County. To the west is R15, single family residential. That's the Jump Creek subdivision. Comprehensive plan recommends medium density residential for this site. Here are the future improvements. There will be some eventual road construction along Black Cat and McMillan, although in particular, this one, we're going to be looking at this roundabout. That's probably the most recent improvement that you're going to see at this property. The property presently contains an existing manufactured home that's over at the northwest, almost all the way over at Black Cat. And this will be removed. This proposal includes mostly duplexes. In addition to several detached single-family residences, the detached single-family residences are mostly over at the northeast corner. Staff does believe this is a housing type that would lead to a more diversity in housing, as the majority of housing in this area is single-family residential. There are 2 points of access proposed. The first would be a northern stub street, which would go to the Brody Square subdivision as that is being developed. The second is a stub street to the undeveloped property to the east, which is presently in unincorporated Ada County. There's only one street proposed with this internal development. That would be the cul-de-sac that you see. Black Cat and West McMillan are presently 2 lanes and do not contain sidewalk in this area. The applicant is required to dedicate right-of-way for future widening and to construct 5-foot sidewalks along both of these frontages. This is the same width as is provided by the subdivisions to the north and the west. And as I mentioned, there's a future roundabout that's planned at this intersection. This is the colored landscape plan. I think sometimes this says a lot more than having to look at the black and white ones, especially in a public hearing. The applicant has, and I'll come back to that. The applicant has provided a parking exhibit which indicates 30 additional on-street parking spaces. So each townhouse in particular has 2 in the garage, 2 in the parking, or excuse me, 2 in the driveway, and then there are 30 more that would be here as well. This property is less than 5 acres in size. And the reason why I say that is that per the UDC, it does not have to meet the common open space and amenity requirements. However, since this is an annexation and the applicant proposes a density that's at the high end of the medium density range, proposed at 6 dwelling units per acre, staff originally informed the applicant that in order for us to support the density that high, this development should contain quality open space and amenities. The earlier version that we had that went to the Planning Commission showed the primary open space directly on the intersection of Black Cat and McMillan, right on that intersection. Staff did not believe that that was usable open space. At the Planning Commission, staff recommended that the lot, which was originally shown at the north as a detention pond, be expanded so that that could be more usable open space. At the December 17, 2020 Planning Commission, this was discussed at length, and the following changes were made. The first change, and I'll show that in this next slide here, was that the developer should work with the Brody Square representatives. This was sort of as a suggestion of the developer. The developer pointed out that Brody Square and Daphne Square are sort of the same development. They kind of build off of each other, even though they're not. They're under different ownerships. They're both basically working together. So the developer proposed that they would work with the Brody Square representatives to locate a playground amenity in the central parking lot 9. That's what you see here right in the middle. That's actually Brody Square. and that they work out an arrangement between these two subdivisions to allow shared open space and amenities for residents of the both subdivisions. If this arrangement can't happen, then the applicant offered and the planning commission recommended that lot 1, block 2 be converted into common open space. So that's what you see down at the bottom, that little red dot. So they either get the amenities in the open space shared with the common lot in Brody Square, or they add an additional lot as the common open space. The commissioners also recommended detached sidewalks should be converted to attached sidewalks. And in the earlier version, and I'll go back up to what's in color here, you'll see that the sidewalks run directly along the main cul-de-sac. The original version of this, these sidewalks they were detached, and they had an 8-foot landscaping between the street and the sidewalk. And the result of that was that the setbacks were only 12 feet in the rear. The Planning Commission had some concerns about whether that was compatible with the properties to the north and whether they could expand the setbacks. And a creative way to do that was to take those detached sidewalks and make them attached so that you could push the houses further forward and away from the existing, away from the houses in Brody Square, and provide wider setbacks. So that was the second recommendation. Also, there was a recommendation that the commission wanted to have the lots in the northern side, and I'll go back to here. Let's see if I can do a better version. Well, you can see it here. If you look at the northern lots, it says 25, 35, 30. So all along those northern lots, the commissioners had concerns with those lot lines not lining up with the lots to the south there in the Brody Square subdivision. They recommended that this be revised so that those somehow align better with the lots to the north. That particular recommendation, the applicant is not in favor of, does not agree with. So the applicant is in agreement with everything else except for, again, the recommendation to align the lots with the lots to the north. Other than that, the staff will answer questions or comments if you have any, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Alan. Council, any questions for staff? Okay. With that, invite the applicant to please. There he is. And ma'am, you say your name and address for the record, and you'll be recognized for 15 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and council members. Matt Schultz, 8421 South 10 Mile on behalf of Berkeley Communities. They've helped them with this project. We're working on Calistoga on Amity between Locust Grove and Eagle right now, and this is where he'd like to kind of go to next. Berkeley's his own home builder as well as a developer, and it's good to know that what we say is going to be done here built, and he's provided some nice element for this product. 200 square feet, even though it is attached, it's 0 lot line. And you could put up that overall Brody thoughts on it, please. What always happens, start looking at these 4.5 acre sites, it really zooms, and detail's important, and it's important we do detail, but I think we maybe overcompensate, zoom in way too far, and every single one of these that I work on 5 acres, we're typically you get back to the big picture. As we inserted Brody Square here, which got approved, I think, last summer. My owners, talking to them about cost sharing, join the HOA. They haven't worked out a deal, but I know there's discussions, and I think it'd be the greater good for everybody to look at this as, yeah.
Where you're kind of going in and out.
Copy?
Yeah, I don't know if you wanted to turn off your video while you're speaking and see if that helps at least get the audio.
Yeah, I can do that. Yeah, let me see. Let me get video. So I'll start over. Can you hear me better?
So far.
Is it still choppy?
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit. Why don't you try going and see how it works?
Yeah, I apologize. My internet connection's fluctuating right now. But we thought it was important to look big picture and show how this 5-acre site, which is really a 3.5-acre site once you take away the ACHD right of way. We thought it was a perfect opportunity to do keen on the blended in with the R8 previously. Second phase of Brody Square. We're waiting for the road to get built. We're waiting for their sewer to get built, waiting for their access because our access is going to get by its proximity to that roundabout. Let's work out a big picture so that improves the neighborhood roughly for everybody. And we've done this before. You go out and work out a deal, a cost share. Hey, let's improve both parties. Let's put it where option 1 is shown. But if we can't for some reason, we can put it where option 2 is shown and do it ourselves. So I think it's a win-win either option we choose. I think for essentially option 1. Like I said, all these units that we have on ours, there's attached over there on the east side. The rest are attached, 1,800 to 2,100 square feet. The front yard maintenance will be included on these, notwithstanding the huge butt of ACHD's future cul-de-sac. We still meet the condition of the R15 zone. This cul-de-sac, this right roundabout is not going to get built next year or the following year. It's in their 10-year plan. So we use their standard template to plot in where that might be. Can you switch, Alan, to the color zoom on our property, please? Not that one. Yeah. And you can south of the North Black. Oh, you had it. You had it. There you go. Just south of the North Black Cat Road label, you can see the size of those cars. It's not me, I swear. I don't know if you can go back to that color rendering. There you go. Stare. You can see the size of the car. You can see how big of a bike that is. It's a huge take out of this property. It's like 30% of this property. We usually don't point out right away percentages because they're usually incidental. But really what we're talking about is a 3.5-acre project. Notwithstanding that, we're still proposing the required landscaping and amenities. We're not asking waivers of your requirements. At northeast corner 2 is being detached. We had a duplex and a single family, so we converted that to be 2 detached, match the streetscape coming from Brody. We did lot. We're at 29 lots, and we've, with exception of lining up lot lines on the north side. When you look at the buildings here, which I think is important, and P&Z did not have this. We did not have the buildings showing how they line up with our buildings. And so there was some confusion about how buildings were going to line up and this and that. And I'm confident that if it would have had this, that condition about lining up lot lines would not have come, because there's actually 8 houses to our 7 buildings / 14 units. And they match up quite well. And it's for a transition. Being on the corner of Black Cat and McMillan, I think R15 is certainly appropriate. And it's a bad transition from the R8 to R15. I think it's pretty subtle. And I'm pleased that when we did have this plotted out, that was an important exercise to go through to see how it does look and to see how all these houses work. And effort that we try to take on these to be able to intelligently speak about all these issues. And it's our mistake not to have we didn't have this done for P&Z. the real object, it's a clean little nice project that Berkeley Home wants to do. And we think it fills a niche, not for everybody, but for those that want a nicely sized home, but want their front yard maintained and don't mind having a shared wall. But they will have ownership of each side. It's not a duplex where, you know, 2 units on one lot. It's individual lots, 0 lot line. So with that, I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Council, any questions for the applicant?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Pro.
is Alan controlling the slides? Could we go to the slides that have the open space? It looked to me like the slide, yeah, go back one if you would. So it shows there's a green space there on the north side. And then on the next slide, it's not there.
If I can comment on it, Mayor.
Yes.
Councilwoman Peralt. I did update that exhibit. Alan didn't swap it out. I did update it to look like what you see there on the bottom of this exhibit. We redid the parking on that, and we have 9 for the updated layout. There's 29 spaces. It looks exactly like what you there. It just has a little red dash where they need to go. But there are 29 on the, which is part of the record submitted. Just didn't get this presentation.
Mr. Schultz, for the early part of that, if you wouldn't mind maybe calling in just on a regular landline. I don't know how much more conversation there'll be, but just so we can make sure we capture any questions or additional comments necessary. You can stay with us this way for any additional comments for now, but just don't want to miss any of your comments.
What's the number? What's a good number?
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Schultz, if you have the agenda in front of you, it's there. Otherwise, I can read it off to you.
That would be great.
Okay, it's area code 669
900
6833. And you'll
Okay.
you'll need to enter the webinar ID, and I'll put that up on my screen.
Okay.
Council, any additional questions at this time?
Matt, I did have a question.
What's that ID?
Okay. 1 second. Where?
There we go.
Okay. You see you're in. Can you hear us without any problem, Matt? We'll need to unmute your phone. Just, Mr. Clerk, star.
I believe it's *9 to unmute.
*9 on your phone to unmute. Still have you muted.
I see a hand raised. I can't do anything but allow you to talk, which I've already done. So try *9. I'm sorry, that probably is what you pressed. Try *5.
Does that work?
Yep, we got you. Okay. Councilman Hoagland, your question.
Yeah, Matt, and if you can stand up and spin around 3 times and take 2 steps to the left, that should work just right. But anyway, thanks for doing that and your patience with us here. We've been doing this for a while, but sometimes it's still just we gotta be flexible. Matt, if Alan, you could put up that option 1, option 2 screen, one of those. I was just curious for the traffic when that comes up, Riva something, and that street continues to the east. Does that, where it says, actually says option 2, that street continues back to the east. Is there an exit point to McMillan Road at some point? You recall?
Yeah, Mayor, Councilman Hoagland, that is a future stub street that will be connected to McMillan someday when the parcels develop.
So it is a future substreet with a sign and all that stuff, I know. And
It will be.
so the main option for now will be going out, I don't know if that was Brody Street or what they call that,
Brody.
to go out to Black Cat. I was just curious. I noticed the 2 driveways for those 2 lots, one being the potential park option, option 2, were on that street, which would be the more heavily traveled street. I was just curious as to why those weren't flipped to go facing the other way, and then the option 2 park, play lot, whatever, being put on the outside there. Just curious, just because of traffic and trying to back out when there's a lot more traffic. So if you wouldn't mind commenting on that. I cannot hear you, Matt. You got to hop back this way.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yep.
We initially had those lots backing or facing onto the cul-de-sac, but that leaves backyards up against the adjacent lot. So staff had us flip those. So everything's on that street.
Mr. Mayor, Matt, yeah, I don't want to redesign the subdivision. I was just curious about that. You know, I can understand staff perspective. At the same time, I'm thinking about driver safety, and you've got this many houses using that street. You know, it's just an option I was wondering about. So thank you.
Yep.
Council, any additional questions for the applicant? Okay. Well, it's a public hearing. We have nobody here in the room, and I don't think we have anybody online who could even offer testimony if they tried. So I guess I'll turn this back over to the applicant for any final comments.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Christy.
Hi, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to speak to, I apologize, can't remember which council member asked with regards to access, because Daphne Street does continue to the east and connects to Joy, which does connect to McMillan today. So if this were connected, there would be another option for people to exit this development. I hope that helps.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Christy, appreciate that.
Okay. With that, Matt, any final comments?
Getting some feedback, so I'm going to hold it to a minimum.
Okay. Excellent. All right. Council, we'll turn this over to you for any, with that information, any additional questions, comments, or motions.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Hoagland.
Off comments, I can see, I'm glad we had that slide with the color and showing how the alignment works. And I can understand planning and zoning, you know, wanting lot lines to be aligned, but when they aren't the same, quite the same sizes. But to me, it didn't look out of place to have those, the way the alignment was for that, their third recommendation on that the developer was saying they'd rather not, because I don't know how you would do that without changing the size of the lots and having duplexes, but that was my only thought, that not quite sure how you'd make that work.
The other option would be to have the next phase align their lot lines, if it's really that important.
Yeah.
Council, any motions?
Mr. Mayor,
Council Cavanagh.
all right, I move we close the public hearing for Daphne Square subdivision H-2020-0101.
Mr. Mayor, I'll second the motion.
Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and seconds to close the public hearing. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, all in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The public hearing is closed.
Mr. Mayor,
Council Cavanagh.
I don't have any comments. Appreciate the presentation by Matt. I think Councilman Hoagland touched on kind of the piece that I've wrestled with this week about the lot lines. I think what we've got presented here makes sense. So unless there's any deliberation or amongst the body, I'm happy to make a motion. Which is, Mr. Mayor, I move we approve number 3, Daphne Square subdivision H-2020-0101. Include all staff and applicant testimony.
Mr. Mayor, second the motion.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on the motion? If not, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Borton,
Aye.
Cavanagh,
Aye.
Burrow,
Aye.
Strader,
Aye.
Hoagland.
Aye.
Burnt.
All ayes, motion carries, and the item is agreed to. Thank you, Mr. Schultz, for your helping
Thank
us
you.
work through those technical difficulties, and best to you.
Thanks a bunch.
Council, anything under future meeting topics?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burnt.
it has been brought to my attention that we have a birthday in the house.
What?
It's a true story. I'm not making things up. So at this time, I wanted to lend a special birthday to our clerk, Chris Johnson, and say happy birthday to you. And we, as a council, want to let you know how much we appreciate everything you do for us. I know this evening you absolutely requested and would not take the day off because you wanted to be here tonight. Is that true?
Absolutely. Where else would I want to be
Birthday party?
besides with council?
Family?
Oh, I can think of a lot of places.
That's a great answer. Well, just know that we appreciate you to death. You are the glue that holds these meetings together. From the past year, COVID's been interesting, and we've had challenges in how we have meetings, and you've done a great job with your team. And we couldn't do what we do without you, Chris. So with that said, I have a little present for you. A little mini-sized cake, a little birthday cake for Chris. So here you go, buddy.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you. I was told today it's not my birthday, it's the anniversary of the day I was born. So,
Oh, okay.
but birthday's fine. Thank you all.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I have to ask our fire department liaison and Deputy Chief Joe Bongiorno, is it true you prohibited us to use a full-size cake with the exact number of candles because it would set the sprinklers off? I was just, that's what I heard. Don't know if it's true, but
At a day over 20, huh, Chris?
You might have set the sprinkler system off.
yeah. Happy birthday, Chris. We really appreciate everything you do for us.
Yes, thank you. Thanks. Happy birthday from the fire department too.
Happy
birthday. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Councilman Cavanagh.
Maybe I'm mistaken, but I thought Council President Burnt said that you and he and Councilmember Hoagland were going to serenade Chris with a happy birthday, and I didn't want to let that opportunity pass without giving you three the opportunity to do that.
I agree with, I think that we should include Mr. Neri and Dean, Lieutenant Leslie, I think everyone here in council chambers should absolutely step up and sing a little rendition of happy birthday to you.
That, Councilman President, that was my intention as soon as we adjourn the meeting, because I don't think the people that aren't here should have the privilege of our singing.
If they want to join, they absolutely can. 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Mr. Clerk. Happy birthday to you. Yay.
That'll get our viewership up for sure.
I am new to this group, but I have to say those were lovely singing voices.
With that, do I have a motion?
Mr. Mayor,
Councilman Burr.
I move that we adjourn the meeting.
Second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. We are adjourned.
Have a good night.